put on Do Not Disturb.
Live cam. Is there any live cams in Hawaii right now? There is. Shoreline Sheraton in Waikiki. Cool. And you guys with this? LaGuardia from Mudrups says had a significant shutdown issue. Yeah, we've got shutdown issues happening. No, is this breaking news? Mudrups.
Alright, so we got one person in here.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Hey, Fat Patriot. Thanks for jumping in. Oh, we got three people all of a sudden.
A live view from Hawaii.
If you can, let me know that audio's good, video's good.
I'm just gonna.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute the computer over here. And then I'm gonna try to. I'm at work. And looks like everybody else is done doing their lives. I gotta talk out loud here. I can't even spell my own channel name. Oh, weird. Well, I hear an echo, but yeah, it's probably because I'm in a metal room. You guys probably hear a generator in the background and everything. There's all kinds of goofy noises when I'm at work. Make sure that that's muted. Now I can see the chat better. Pam and Tig. Yeah, they don't ever want to listen to me because I try to bring common sense, logic, and facts. I don't like to argue emotionally, and that's what they rely on. They rely on getting you out of your game by getting you all up in your feelers. South Dakota here. Rick Martinez, thank you for being here. Were you just in Geyers? Because there was somebody from South Dakota in Geyers too. But yeah, they try to get you all up in your feelers so you're not having an actual intellectual conversation. And I don't let them do it to me. I mean, they get me upset. Trust me, I get really upset. But I try not to let my emotions dictate my actions. And like I said, that's what they rely on. They don't want to argue facts and reality. I mean, you know, I remember back in the day, they used to run a lie check on President Trump when they were trying to prove that he lied all the time. And I would like somebody to do a lie check, a lie counter on Pam Tifa. I don't even know if we're capable of counting that high in a single moment. But I mean, she's so full of shit. And if you try to bring facts, she just takes it somewhere else. I don't want to talk about that. You can't do that to me. What are we doing? We're talking to you. You're holding a space. Unscripted Chronicle, welcome. Rich Mop, welcome. Thank you to everybody who's in here. Shelly, welcome. But yeah, it's sometimes I wonder why I even bother. Because it really, hey, Kentucky, wow, I got it all over the place. Welcome. Sometimes you wonder because it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything. It just, if you're human, it gets you frustrated. I don't see anything positive coming out of it. They wanted to act like they were gracious and allowed Shane to be in there. That's why I stopped talking quickly, because I figured everybody wanted to hear Shane's point of view, considering he's the person in question. And that was just a joke. I mean, at least he got to speak. Having TikTok and oh my God, what's Sandy? Having Sandy co-host was a lot better than having Shane PDX Defender co-host, and it was civil. There were a couple little things in there, but you're going to have that in Pam's space. But and then they brought Mike in, and as usual, it all goes to hell because Mike is a 60-year-old man that has the mentality of a 5-year-old. So, of course, if you give him any control whatsoever, it's all going to go to hell because he's an overgrown pile of crap that has such little life that he's got to go down there and try and impress young, teenagers and very young adults and whatnot down at ICE. So, how can you take that seriously? He got one of the more sane. Yeah, Sandy is one of the more sane ones, usually. Unfortunately, Sandy suffers from some kind of bipolarism, manic depressive, something, and his attitude just snaps at an instant. He's very unpredictable in that way, but he's not dangerous. I'll give him that. If you can mentally and emotionally handle his mood swings, he's not dangerous. I found you through Ground Zero PDX. Is that Share Bear? If I'm saying that right, I want to thank you for being so concerned about him last night after he was pepper sprayed. We were also scared. Well, that's kind of the Papa Bear in me. I was concerned about the whole crowd, and if you watched my stream, you were probably watching Ground Zero, so you probably weren't. But as soon as it wasn't spicy, I guess you could say, that was my first thought. And you can hear me telling Scuba Steve that we all need to go up to the corner and make a head count. Because it got really chaotic and we got split up, and that was bad. We know we were doomed when the fake dog, he's not even a real dog. The dog is the most recent one. Sandy has brain trauma with some medical issues. Yeah, there's something definitely wrong there, but at least it's not dangerously wrong, like a lot of them down there. Next time I'll be watching you both. Well, I appreciate that, Cher. You guys should fight. Who's you guys? I don't really need to fight anybody down there, but it's wild Pam and all of them ignore the fact that they were chased, assaulted, and mobbed by 30 people. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. That is absolutely insane that she just glosses over that in her senility. She's definitely senile. I'm going to plug this in to make sure I don't get ruined again. I keep doing that. I keep forgetting to plug my devices in. And then they go out on me halfway through my live stream and I'm screwed. We should organize a huge tournament on the grass somewhere. You know what's funny is back in the day, Tiny and I were trying to organize a Antifa versus Patriots dodgeball tournament. We couldn't get it to come to fruition, but I even had flyers made up about it and everything. We were trying to get a big dodgeball tournament going on. We thought that would be a little bit more fun than the average bullshit that we normally do. Smash the yes, please hit the like button. That would be great. Oh my God, that would be fabulous. Yes, I think it would have. This was back in the days when Patriot Prayer and Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and 3%ers were all hanging out together. So I'm pretty sure I know who would have won that. But you never know. I've seen some crazy things in dodgeball. I played quite a bit of adult dodgeball and some crazy things happen. I've seen some athletes get absolutely smashed by a bunch of angry women because in dodgeball, it never turns out the way you see it happening. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, holy crap, I've already got 40 people on here. Wow. You guys are awesome. Thank you. We'll give it a few more minutes before I'll talk about what I know everybody wants to talk about. Because I said last night that I would do a live and talk about it tonight. And I was going to do it this afternoon. But to tell you the truth, I've had to kind of process everything that happened last night. and I'm probably going to have some controversial opinions, but I was just admonished by a friend not too long ago. No, I'm not monetized yet. I'm almost to 1,000 subs, but I've got to get my watch hours up. So the fact that I've got almost 40 people in here now and you guys are watching me tonight is definitely going to help. I really need to get my watch hours up, and it's a huge wall to climb. I think it's like 3,000 hours or something like that. And last I looked, I was about halfway there. I didn't check after last night's feed. I got a lot of hits on last night. To be honest, yeah. Okay, let me answer that question first because I see Rick, however you say that name, Rick something. We'll just call you Rick. I see Rick is starting to answer it. You can't fight one-on-one there. I've been doing this in Portland for 10 years now. With large groups. I did Activisim before that. I've been doing Activisim since Y2K, or before Y2K actually. But the major groups started in 2016, the recent movements. And before that, conservative activists were limited to like 2 or 3 people, maybe a dozen people at a time. But anyways, the major groups started in about 2016 with the Trump movement. And that's when Patriot Prayer and then eventually Proud Boys and all of that came into play. And we had big rallies and stuff like that. So when I say I've seen this, I'm basically talking about the last decade since 2016. I've seen maybe 3, possibly 4 times in 10 years that there was actually a legitimate one-on-one fight. It doesn't happen. I think Patriots would be willing to do it. Yeah, like I say, it does happen. It's just very, very rare. And I'll tell you this, the more it gets hyped and the more it gets talked about and the longer it goes, the less likely it is to happen. Because that's a tactic, and I'll say this straight out, it's a tactic on both people's sides, on their side and our side, that the argument will get louder and louder and louder because the people in the argument are trying to attract their friends and their emotional validation and their physical backup. The longer an argument goes on and the louder it gets, the less they actually want to fight. If 2 people actually want to fight, they will just go somewhere and fight. It doesn't usually happen that way when you got mobs down there. And no, I did not. I didn't go to Minneapolis. I can't do that. I have a full-time job and a family, and I couldn't afford to go there if I wanted to. People want to see fair fights on camera. Yeah, but I'm not exactly sure YouTube wants to see it. That's the problem. If you have a Rumble channel, you can put stuff like that up, but you start putting that stuff up on YouTube, and they're not very kind to you. I like to see one-on-one fights. I think that's the old school way of doing it, and a fair fight is a fair fight, and then you duke it out, and when it's done, you either shake hands or not, but you walk away and you say, okay, we figured it out. Yeah, it is how Tommy got famous. But Tommy didn't want to do that fight. That wasn't Tommy's choice. That guy kept following him around. Hey, Snooks, how's it going? Yeah, Tommy wasn't trying to get into that fight. That fight came to him and wouldn't let go. But, I mean, in hindsight, it created a whole new world for Tommy, so it's up to you to decide whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. All right. right, so how many people? I got 52 people in there. Okay, I said if I got over 50, and I have now. So I'll discuss what everybody wants to discuss. Last night, it's a shipping container based. I want one. It is kind of cool. It is kind of cool. It's about, well, I guess my wingspan's a little over 6 feet by like 7 feet. In front of me are big open doors like a regular shipping container. And then there's a man door over here and an actual house window, slider house window. It's not bad. I thought I'm claustrophobic, so I thought I would not be okay in here, but I can open this door anytime I want to and let some air in here and whatever. I can open the window. So it's not that bad. But anyways, about last night. So do me a favor, as quick as you can. Throw me a 1 in the chat if you watched my video last night. So if you've seen my video. Before I start talking to everybody, I want to know who's seen my video before we have this conversation. So if you watched my video, throw 1 in there, please. That way I know how many people actually know what I'm talking about. And I know some of you who haven't seen it have probably seen it from other people's perspectives also, because there was quite a few live streamers down there. So, but if you're throwing a 1 in the chat, thank you for watching my shit. I watched clips. I was in chains. I've gotten some of my footage was clipped and thrown out there too. So that's cool. I appreciate that. Happy night to all of you. There's Snooks. I don't get upset when people use my coverage because it just kind of promotes me. It gets my channel exposure. So who watched it on my show today? Oh yeah, Mr. Bill. Hey, some of you guys watched it with me in Mr. Bill's chat earlier. I forgot about that. Everybody say what's up to Mr. Bill. If you're not familiar with Mr. Bill, check his channel out and subscribe him. Yeah, on the road to 1K subs. I think last I checked, I was like under 40 away. So that would be pretty badass. I'm pretty sure that I will get some next weekend because I'm going to cover some No Kings protests. But I would like to be to 1,000 before the No Kings protests. That would be really cool. Last night was crazy. And those of you who have watched, hi, I'm new to your channel. I'm from Ontario, Canada. Hey, welcome from Canada. I love it when there's people from other countries. Last night was absolutely insane for a period. It ended up insane. And one of the more insane things about it is the fact that it all happened late. It was so quiet. It's so just weird and eerily non-confrontational for hours. I got down there probably 5 o'clock-ish, somewhere around there. The original, what do you call it? The original protest, they had a established the Bluetooth hole punch. I'm not sure what that means. Rittenhouse, but yeah, some people thought that. They had a protest, and I can't even remember what they called it, but it was about kids in cages. And so some of us got down there early to cover that. And so I got down there. I got down there a little late. I got down there somewhere between 5 and 5:30. I don't remember exactly. I was on the bike, so I wasn't watching the clock like I normally do. And it was kind of a weird protest, but it was kind of on par for Portland. Did some strange things, and like I said, you can see it on my feed. But it was fairly peaceful. It was really peaceful, actually, to be totally honest about it. There was no violence. Like I said, they did some weird things, but you're in Portland, so you expect that. But it was a lot of ladies. Of varying ages. Pretty age-wise, it was a pretty diverse crowd, but it was seemed to be 90% female. and they carried their signs around, and they went back and forth across the street, and then they put all of the foil blankets in the driveway as a show, and yeah, you know, it was pretty theatrical. Well, I'm failing as a mod. Oh, what's going on that you're failing as a mod? I don't want to know. I want to keep talking. I have mods in here for a reason, so I'm going to continue my story. I can't multitask right now. I'm just not up to it. So if you mods want to mod, then mod away. That lasted, I'm going to guess, till maybe 6:30, if that. I don't even think it was that long, maybe 6 o'clock. And then all of the peaceful protesters left. All the almost normies, average protesters that we shouldn't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with it. And I even said that on my live stream. I'm an American. I believe in our right to protest. Don't read my comment. I'm trying not to read any comments, but I keep looking over there just out of habit. See you beyond Seattle. Oh, she's talking to somebody else. That was the strangest one I have watched. Are you talking about the earlier protest? It was a little strange, but it was peaceful. And I am of the opinion that as long as you're not doing any damage or being physically violent, as an American, you have the right to protest. And you can protest as weird as you want, as long as those two caveats are met. As long as you're not destroying things and you're not causing physical violence towards anybody. I am an American, and I believe in our freedoms, and I believe one of the reasons why we are the greatest country on the planet is because we have the right to protest and address our grievances against our government. To tell you the truth, I am not 100% on board, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. There are things that I disagree with the recent actions, tactics, presentations of ICE. I think there needs to be an overhaul. I think things need to change, and the drastic measures that were taken by the Trump administration, some of them may be a bit overboard. I don't completely disagree with people protesting ICE. But the protest down in Portland is just ridiculous. It's overboard. It's not a protest. It's not a real protest. It's not a functional, constructive protest at all. I had a bad feeling about that night. Yeah, so here's the thing about that, Share Bear, is probably about 7:30, right about sundown, maybe directly after it, but right about sundown, I got a text from Quincy saying he was leaving. So I went over to say bye to him, make sure he didn't leave without saying goodbye. And we were talking about it, and both of us were discussing how we felt a weird aura, a weird vibe. It was weird. It was a weird feeling. And Quincy and I have been doing this for quite some time, and we've been to an awful lot of events and an awful lot of protests and rallies and whatnot. So for both of us to agree that there was something weird about it means there was something weird about it. Because I thought I was just imagining it. He probably thought he was just imagining it, but we both agreed that we felt the same thing. And I looked at him and I said, I feel like there's something right underneath the surface waiting to explode. And sure enough, I was right. There are rumors running around that this was planned. Of course, Pam's going to deny it. Mike's going to deny it. But what are you going to believe? I can't prove that it was, so I'm not going to harp on that. But it sure felt like it was. It sure felt like it was pre-organized for things to happen. And I don't think anybody can predict the way they were going to happen, but I think that they were prepared, ready, and wanting for an event that happened later. I wouldn't discount the DJ being part of it. I know they talk to each other outside of the protests. And some of the things that he said and did make me feel like he was part of the plan. So even for a while after that, it was still weird, but not violent. But what I heard, and this is allegation, this is alleged, I'll make that very clear, this is alleged, I don't have the proof on this, but I've been told by more than one person, so I'm prone to believe that there's some truth to it, that there's some kind of list that was made recently. I mean, there's always a list, but there was a list made recently of Patriot targets down there that they were going to make sure something happened to. Thank God Shane went home and got geared up. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think of that, but yeah, he told me he went home. Oh, yeah. No kidding. Good call, Share Bear. I didn't put two and two together until you just said that. Because he had given me a cord to use so that I could keep streaming, because I left mine at home, and I thought he was coming to ask for it back, but he said, no, I had to go home anyway, so you can keep my cord because I got another one. And it just dawned on me that he was geared up when he said that. So, yeah. And then Shane, Patriot Shane, and Right Side Rebel showed up. Oh, 3 more subs right now? Awesome. Kick ass on film. See, you guys are doing me so nice. You guys make me want to blush. As soon as I saw them walk up, I was like, okay, it's spicy. And you can hear me on my, I say it on my feed, and then shortly thereafter, I said, I better get my GoPro rolling. And because I knew stuff was going to pop off, and sure enough, it was a matter of minutes after that. No exaggeration, just minutes after Shane come over and said hi to me, that shit popped off. Paul Tissue, 980 now? God, man, you guys are kicking my ass in a great way. That is so awesome. If I can get 1,000 tonight, I don't know what I can do to celebrate, but I will be celebrating. But anyways, what makes me mad is I've got to learn how to clip my live feed. I don't know how to do that yet, because it turns out everybody was pointing at a different angle, and there's a kid in Black Block that came up to Shane. It would be from my left-hand side, and you could see it clearly in my live stream, him walking across me and beelining straight for Shane to start that confrontation and get into Shane's face immediately, and then the confrontation started. Pam and all of her cronies are screaming that Shane started that Shane said something, yelled something across the street or something to provoke that initial confrontation that everything grew out of. And I literally, are you serious? Come on, guys. I'm trying to tell a story and you're getting me too excited by telling me my sub count. It's awesome, but I can't focus because you guys are getting me excited. It is clear as day in my live stream that this kid came over and started the confrontation. And they are claiming, to the death, they are claiming opposite. And it really bothers me because they started the whole provocation came from their side, and they are clearly trying to place it all in Shane's lap. When that guy came up to Shane, Shane was talking quietly among 2 other patriots, 5 feet away from any protester, and being chill with a smile on his face. And that kid came over from my left and beeline for him, got in his face, and started shit. And as soon as I can figure out how to clip my live stream, I'm going to put that out there. How long have you been going out against Antifa? I've been a right-wing protester of sorts since the Vera Katz days. I don't know if you're from Portland or not, but that is like late 90s, pre-Y2K. The first time I ever ran into Antifa was 2016. And I've been working on a greatest hits thing. It's taken me a while because I have to go through a lot of really, really old videos. But, I've had people come in and say I'm full of crap and this and that. And I have receipts. I am on videos from 9 years ago handling Antifa. So it's been a while. And I don't say that to brag. I just say that because it's a statement of fact. And this is why if you watch in other people's chats, there's a OG, non-OG kind of argument, debate, whatever you want to call it. And this is why I get labeled as an OG patriot, because I've literally been doing it a long time. I'm part of the old Patriot crew and took a couple years off, got caught up in other interests, and then came back to it last year. You work in a shed for security. Actually, yes, I'm a security guard, and my post, the building, the facility that I'm in charge of is being remodeled. And we normally have an office, but because of the remodel, I'm stuck in a shed until we get our office back. But yes, that's what I do, and that is why. Jesus, are you guys telling me I'll be at 1,000 tonight? That is awesome. Yes, it is very white. I'm looking at it on a laptop, and it's almost blinding. It looks really good on my phone screen. I don't know what you guys see, but I'm following it on an old laptop, and it's really bright. But yeah, like I said, if I figure out how to, there's K2. I was wondering who mentioned Ohio State, because I haven't talked about Ohio State in a while. I knew K2 had to be in the house. But I have concrete evidence that they came and provoked Shane. And then all hell broke loose. I don't know who the kid is that was all in black. Nobody is recognizing him off of bat, even Shane. We're not sure quite who he is. But there were quite a few people there last night that we didn't recognize. There were some weird people down there. Timestamp your live video. See, I don't know how to do that yet. I'm still learning how to do that. I haven't done a lot of boots on the ground live streaming until about 6 months ago. And up until a few weeks ago, I was stuck at like 400 to 500 subs. So I didn't really put too much effort into the extra. I just wanted to live stream. I knew how to live stream and put it out on YouTube, and that was it. So I'm learning everything. I'm learning it. A 990. Oh my goodness. How am I supposed to concentrate when you guys are doing that? Oh, am I getting some from Andy's house? Nice. You just type out the hour mark as a comment in the video. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. Well, I'd have to pull. Do I actually have 1,000 now? Oh my God, let me look, because my screen still says 970. Let's go to my channel. 1K subs. Oh my God. You guys got me there. You guys effing rock. Let's effing go. Let's effing go. Oh my God, you guys are so awesome. Let's go. Oh my God, that is awesome. You guys can celebrate with me. I'm happy. Let's do the I'll tell you what, we'll do the Antifa flashlight to celebrate. That's all I got. I'm at work, guys. We'll do the Antifa flashlight to celebrate. Yay! It's like a disco light. I bet you've never seen anybody celebrate with the Antifa flashlight. So I win. Who was the 1,000? Aussie Mick? Aussie Mick? Wow, are you an Irish person in Australia? Remember Antifa had to call the feds on skinheads. Yes, I do remember that. I do remember that. And did have a few show up, but nothing like, man, you guys are awesome. And people like Fat Patriot, you've done a lot to promote my channel, so I'm definitely going to give you some props. How do they say it nowadays? Do you get flowers? Is that what that means? When you want to give somebody props, you send flowers? Am I saying that right? I'm a boomer. Help me out. That is so awesome that I got 1,000 tonight. Give flowers. So we'll give flowers to Fat Patriot because he's helped me out a lot. I don't know if Mr. Bill's in here right now, but Mr. Bill, like I tell everybody, I wouldn't have a channel if it wasn't for Mr. Bill. And then a big help was last weekend, Arturo caught on my feed. And ammo is better. Yes, ammo is better. Oh, man. That's awesome. That is awesome that you guys came out and man, I'm so happy right now. Saw your pink hair thumbnail could walk in. I'm not sure what that means. Now I need 50 to live stream. Oh, wait a minute. Unfiltered raw. Are you like are you that new that you don't even have 50 members yet? Love Arturo. Arturo was the man last weekend. Great. He's got a great audience, and he shouted me out and said he was going to try to help me get monetized. New as 2 days ago. All right. Hey, one of my mods in there, can you pick up Unfiltered's link so we can promote a new streamer? Unfiltered and Raw. Pick up their link. I don't know if it's a he or she. Let me know so we're not misgendering you. Unfiltered. And yeah, let's help promote a new streamer. If I got a mod in there that's paying attention, yeah, there's Mr. Bill. He is a super G. Mr. Bill is a super G. Man, you guys are Mr. Bill. Did you just get in here? Did you see they got me to 1,000, buddy? Yesterday was Arturo's birthday. I did not know. I guess I'll send him a text or something and tell him happy birthday because I did not know. I was wrapped up in downtown Portland stuff yesterday, so I didn't get the memo. I'm in a dark ass room during my stream. Yeah, your room is pretty dark, but I could see you playing with your puppy back there, so that's good. Anybody that has their dog in their live stream, I'm okay with that. I am definitely a dog person. How many people? I got 100 people watching too. Holy crapness. Well, we're going to get to the controversial part here in a minute when we're done celebrating. I will be on the ground in Seattle live streaming the No Kings protest all day. Oh, definitely. Definitely somebody get Unfiltered's link and throw it in the chat, please, so we can help. And I still did you answer whether you were a he or a she? Unlike Hassan Piker. Yeah, we don't even want to discuss that. I didn't like him in the first place, and trust me, I'm pretty sure I threw something at my TV over that. Okay, Unfiltered is a he, so we can call him a he. All right, that's good to know. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Fat Patriot. Put his link in there. You guys, let's help get a new streamer out there. And it says he's going to be in Seattle live during No Kings. I'm sure people want to see that. So let's come on, do your magic on Unfiltered like you have for me, guys. Oh, that's a bad joke. Rickle Knop, however you say that name. That's a bad joke, buddy. I'm a big dog person. I mean, I'm kind of laughing. It's funny, but it's a bad joke. Yeah, and everybody love Fat Patriot. That's a good dude. Subscribe to him. Mr. Bill. If you're not, I mean, there's people coming from all over the place. So if you're not hip to Mr. Bill yet or Fat Patriot, check them out. Give them a follow. And like I said, yeah, I see people saying they just subbed on Filter. Let's go. Let's help promote another new streamer. Like I said, you guys have done magic and wonders for me. I'd like to pass it on. So let's help Unfiltered and Raw. That's awesome. I keep seeing everybody saying they did. That is awesome. I appreciate that, you guys. I appreciate that a lot. Because if I can help somebody else out like people have helped me, it all comes full circle. Yep, there, 50 subs. All right. Let's see. I've got 108 people in here. Let's at least get them to 75. It'd be nice to get 100, but at least let's get them to 75. Just a little cushion there. If he's going to be live in Seattle, I probably won't be able to watch it live because I'll be doing my own thing, but I'll definitely come home and watch that later because I'm curious as to what's going to happen in Seattle, how it compares to what happens in Portland. Thank you for the congratulations, guys. I'm totally stoked. And the fact that I'm just sitting here talking in a box and I've got 104 people watching right now. And the awesome thing is I've got 104 active viewers and I've got 105 likes, which means all of you guys are pressing the buttons, and that's kick-ass. I love the Patriot viewing crowd, the chats and the people that like the live. It's amazing how dedicated you guys are. Like I was joking on my stream, and I've said this other places, some of you guys live all the way across the country and know more about what happens in Portland than those of us who are there. It's kind of funny that way. But yeah, that would be so cool for Unfiltered. If we could get them to at least 75, 100 would be awesome. But at least let's get them to like 75. Give them a cushion. Make it a really good night. Make it a really good night. We stick together without violence. Correct. 100%. I hate Hassan for what he was doing. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure I threw something at the wall when I found out about that. Do you have SPD dispatch video? Oh, really? You got dispatch videos? That's cool. I'll have to check your channel out when I'm off of this, Unfiltered. Definitely going to have to check that out. And like I said, I have to do this right now, but as soon as my stream ends, I will be a sub to you too. Oh, there's the wifey. Hi, honey. Just tuned in. Super happy. Did you see that? I got the 1,000. Yeah, isn't that awesome? On an off night too. I was hoping to reach 1,000 when I was doing a live stream down at ICE, but we're just sitting here BSing, and they got me to 1,000. This chat is awesome, honey. Ice Queen right there, that is my wife, just so you guys know. Mrs. Angry is in the house. Oh, and Jesus, everybody I love's in here. What up, Quincy? Quincy, I don't know if you're catching on yet or not, but they got me to 1,000, brother. They got me to 1,000. I'm totally stoked. And now we're going to have to get to the controversy now that we're done celebrating. Fire Horse, yes, Seattle downtown scanner. Thanks, everyone. Glad we got the angry everyone at 1K. Yep. Anybody who doesn't know, we're on a sub raid. I guess that's what you call it, a raid to sub Unfiltered and Raw. Unfiltered and Raw is a new streamer, and we're trying to get him built up. We just got him to the point where he can live stream now, and we're going to give him more love than that and give him a cushion and make his good night really, really good. Okay, so like I said a few times now, we're going to have to get to the controversy part. And this is the part where everybody's going to be mad at me by the end of the video, probably. What happened at the end? Now, okay, so let me be clear on this. There were 2 episodes last night. The first one down by ice, and the second one that ended up by the spaghetti factory. The first one was totally on Antifa's hands. Now, a certain person in here and I are going to argue because a certain friend of mine in here thinks that we shouldn't be going down there at all. And I don't totally disagree with him on that. I can't be a hypocrite and say, no, nobody should go down there because I'm going down there too. But I understand his point, and I feel like we're getting to the point where it's pointless for us to be down there. And not being a hypocrite, I'm going to say that I don't know why we keep doing it. We're not changing anything. We're not making any forward progress. There was a point in time where we did, and we did some things that were tangible signs of progress, but it's been a while. The one at the spaghetti factory was the end of the night, Cordy. We made some tangible progress. We made a difference. We had a purpose for being down there. This event, series of events, however you want to say it, this protest is a lot different than what it used to be. This is a different animal than what Quincy and I were used to attending back in the days. It's weird. It's hard to justify us being down there. That being said, there are reasons, and like I said, we've made some progress and done some things that we can be proud of. But it's so weird because it's just lagging on and on and on and on. I don't. Obviously, the city doesn't care because they've let this go on for however long, since June, I think, which is 6, 7, 8, 9 months now. I know it's at least been since June. I don't know if they were there in May or not. I think I started going down in maybe August. 284 days. So that's almost 10 months. Okay, so Share Bear, we had a couple of weekends where it was huge. Boys going nuts, gotta go check property. Yeah, it's probably the neighbor's dogs running around. Be safe, honey. There were some weekends, and to be totally honest, this is why I went down there in the very first place. To full disclosure, because I was watching it at home all the time, and I was working weekends, and I worked third shift, and I was working Thursday through Monday, which meant that I couldn't go down there at nights on the weekends. But I would watch it at work. And then my schedule changed. My tenure finally kicked in, and I got to get my weekends off again. So I said, I'm going to go be a fanboy. And that was at the point where both Knicks were down there, and, JD ended up going down there with his crew and all of that. And I literally went down there as a fanboy. And also, I've been friends with BCP for a long time, and we hadn't got to see each other in a while. And I said, I'm not going to let him be in Portland and me not come visit with him. So there was that too. So basically, I went down there the first week just to go meet my favorite streamers and go say hi to Quincy and hang out with Quincy for a while. I didn't go down there with any real particular agenda or anything. I just wanted to hang out with people and meet some people that I looked up to. And then I got hooked. And I just saw Quincy he said he was done when they took down the encampment. I kind of think we all should have been done for a while after the encampment went down. But I also think that if we would have, the encampment would have went right back up. Seems like leaving a campfire still smoldering. If you see, that's another angle that I think about too, is are we walking away without our job being done? But then the question is, what exactly is our job? It's I don't know, it's difficult. It's really difficult for me. And I keep going down. I think I keep going down just because I'm addicted. And because I've befriended some of the, all the Patriot streamers that go down there. So for me, it's kind of a social thing. Those are my buddies now, so I go down there to hang out with them. But if you guys notice, I'm not an antagonizer. I don't like being in the middle of all the drama. I just kind of film and try to be in the right place at the right time. But I personally don't see the point of getting into fights with these guys. And inevitably, if you go down there and get in their business and hang out in the middle of them long enough, you're going to be in the drama. You're going to end up into a fight. It's already happened to me twice now, once with Reyes and once with Fat Mike. Oh God, I just had Pantifa's voice in my head. Don't call him that. That's not nice. As they sit there and call us every wicked thing in the freaking book. Wish DHS would have come out to protect the page. They're not going to. They don't care anymore. They're just biding their time until they get another building. Sooner or later, they're gonna move. They don't care anymore. They really don't. They slim down everything in that business. They're running a skeleton crew out of that facility, so they don't have to deal with all this mess. But you think of the financial cost and gain, and they're paying for that building, so they're not going to just abandon it. So they're still doing some stuff out of there, but I don't think they care anymore. I don't have that concrete that they're moving, but there are no cars. Yeah, see, somebody just said there are no cars going in and out. You don't see hardly any action other than shift change. They barely come out to arrest anybody anymore. And I think when they do, it's just to put on a show, because they're arresting people for petty reasons. It is a processing center, not a detention center. And then on top of that, you've got the lawsuit and everything coming from the city of Portland. So I'm pretty sure they're just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Is that how they say it? So that, no, they didn't already move. There's still people in there. It's just a skeleton crew. So they don't care. Yeah, they haven't been there for months. Yeah, there's a barely, I don't know, maybe the people we see coming out are the janitors and stuff. I don't know. But it's definitely not what it used to be. Yeah, they started fires and they didn't come out. So basically, the protesters are yelling at a building that is inconsequential. And then if we want to pretend like we're protecting the building or defending the building or defending ICE or whatever, we're not. We're really not. I mean, idealistically, yeah, we are. but not in reality. In reality, we're just down there to cause conflict between us and them, to make a show, so that everybody sees that there's people that are pro-ICE. That's it. In actual reality, that's all we're doing. The statement's been thrown around a bunch of times today that it's just a giant reality show. And every one of you guys that is hooked on watching this, just like I am, we're watching a real life reality show. Until people will finally agree or repeal the hard that. So yeah, we're all just characters in a real life drama TV show. And PD is not there for any of it. Because I've said this before, and I'm sure there's some people out there that still don't know. Portland is a rare city in the fact that our mayor is also our police commissioner. So that means our police department is directed by City Hall. And City Hall is pro-Antifa, pro-demonstrations, pro-protests. So Portland PD is ordered to not mess with protesters. Yeah, you did get dismissed for saying that, Quincy. But now I'm saying it too. If you guys leave, we are left with the edited videos the left makes about what is happening there. Yeah, that's true. I'm not saying they're going to leave. I'm not saying I'm going to stop going down there. I probably should. But I'm probably not going to. Because it's interesting. And I'm an ambulance chaser. And I told a friend earlier that I've been welcomed into the community that's going down there. And us live streamers, and you guys have been really good to me. So honestly, full disclosure, it would be hard for me to walk away from what's happening right now. Because what I see in my chat and the fact that I have 1,000 viewers is because I go down to ICE. And it's hard to walk away from that, being completely honest. Patriots should protest the mayor's house. You're right, except for the fact that Antifa already does that, and we'll just get lumped in with them. Antifa's so stupid, they protest a mayor when a mayor has their back. It's ridiculous. They literally caught our Portland's last mayor in a restaurant and assaulted him on camera, and then started a bunch of crap outside their house, outside the mayor's house. Mr. Bill the other day mentioned when they got kettled. I believe that was when they were down there at Wheeler's place, is the night that they got kettled, when they were protesting outside Ted Wheeler's apartment. Please tell us what happened at the spaghetti factory. Well, here's the other place where people are going to be upset with me, but I got to tell the truth. And it was already on my video. I already said it out loud on my video, so I can't hide it. So after the first skirmish, we all ended up at Patriot Corner, and everybody got their wounds tended to and got their eyes cleared out from all the mace and whatnot. And there were two groups of us. Half of us were on the apartment side, and then half of us were on the actual Patriot Corner side. Well, the people that were over on the storage unit side decided it was a good idea to go back down there after all that had happened. And I said it on my live stream that I did not think it was a good idea. I still don't. And I said on my way walking down there, I don't know why I followed them, but I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. And I said, this is only going to end up bad. This can't be good. All is good on the home front, now feeding the fam. All right, good to hear. Thank you for the news, babe. I can't see on my phone right now, so thank you for putting that in chat. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be a good idea, and it turns out I was right. And so they decided to go back down there. I'm assuming to show that they weren't scared. They didn't go down there picking fights. You'll see that they stood there for good 10, 15 minutes just talking to people and yakking back and forth. And even Patriot Shane was like, we should probably go back up to Patriot Corner. But certain people weren't quite done talking yet, so it got delayed. And during that delay, some of the protesters decided that we weren't supposed to be down there. And then all hell broke loose again. And then, instead of just saying, okay, and walking back up to Patriot Corner like we should have, we stopped to engage with them over and over and over again, to the point where there were so many over there, they pretty much blocked our escape route. I think they needed to go back there and show they weren't afraid. I think that was the ideology behind them going back down there. Personally, I don't think that needed to be done. They're going to think what they think of us no matter whether we went down there a second time or not. Going down there did not change anything of the way they saw us or what they felt they did, or it didn't change anything. All it did was get things riled back up again. And here's the thing, in hindsight, it's easy to see that. And they had, their emotions were all going, their adrenaline was going. Bad idea or not, they have the right to be. Yes, they have the right to be there. You have a right to do a lot of stuff that isn't great, it isn't exactly smart. Just because you have the right to do it doesn't mean you should. Sometimes being smart outweighs your right to do it. Why they are being allowed to, well, sometimes making smart decisions doesn't mean you're getting suppressed. It just means you're being smarter than the situation. And I think we should have done that. That's my opinion. I think we should have been smarter than that. Took our L and left. Because if it was the other way around, we would expect them to do that. And I like to be fair and even and balanced. And literally, if we would have beaten them, we would expect them to tuck tail and leave. I think we took an L down there by the tracks, and we should have tucked tail and walked away from it. Because we all stood up at the counter and said, this is not smart, we're outnumbered. We literally stood up at the corner and said how stupid it was for us to go against Antifa tonight. And then we turned around, went back down there and did it again. That doesn't seem very smart. I mean, there's no logic in that. There's really no logic in that. I understand why they did it. I just don't agree. Because it's fun. You're not lying. It's because it's exciting. Because it what do they call it? It's an endorphin rush. And I don't think we should have done that. If we had not gone down there a second time, the second incident would not have happened. And who cares if we walk away with an L one night? We get W's all the time. Who cares if you get one L one night? That wasn't even really an L. I mean, we held, the Patriots held their own, and nobody was seriously injured. Nobody went to the hospital. The only L we took was our pride. And I don't know, maybe it just comes with years of experience, but I can personally take an L now and then. Because, what did somebody say? Wolfgang said, you're not going to win every battle. You're not going to win every battle. But the second incident could have turned out a lot worse than it did. And I'm seriously glad that it didn't. Streamer Carly, I read my chat constantly. Playing this Thursday on several chats. They think they succeeded when Tommy was removed. Yes, we already knew that. But yes, thank you for reposting. We'll put unscripteds on there too. Yeah, but if we can get, I don't know where. Oh my God, I already forgot the name. Unfiltered? Is that who we were promoting? Unfiltered? Is that the right name? There's so many names I'm reading right now. I'm having a hard time keeping track of them. Well, I kind of did tuck my tail and run a little bit. I left earlier before everything was completely done, but I have multiple reasons for that, and I probably stayed a lot longer than I should have. And mind you, I'm not talking smack about anybody individually. Unfiltered. There we go. Yes, thank you. I'm not talking smack about anybody individually. I think it was a group decision what happened last night. And I think as a group, we should have decided better. And I should have yelled. I should have said something. I should have ran in front of them and said, guys, this isn't a good idea. But there I was, following right behind him with my goddamn tripod and not really making a fuss about it. And I should have. I should have made a fuss about it out of care and concern for my friends and knowing how it was going to end, potentially at that time. I should have done more to try and talk them out of it. Because by the time somebody said, hey, can you do something about this? It was too late. And you'll hear that on my stream too. One of the Antifa literally came up, or one of the protesters literally came up to me and said, hey, can you go talk to Shane? And I'm like, it's too late now. There's too much going on down there. Nothing. It's the ball's already rolling. Unfiltered and raw. Where are you at now, buddy? Are you getting there? Such is hindsight always. Yes, that is correct. Dynamic Patriots leave saying it was their street. It's also hard to make completely logical decisions when you're 68. Almost got you 75. That was my goal for tonight, was to get you 75. It's hard to make logical decisions when you're in an illogical situation. It really is. The whole situation, the only word that I can find to aptly describe that situation down there is absurd. The whole situation down there, from top to bottom, left to right, it's absurd. It's not reality. It's not real. It's not right. It's absolutely absurd. And you can't make any sense out of it. Why was Tommy removed? Removed from where? You got to be a little more specific, Firehorse, and I'll try and answer. It's an absolute absurdity. It makes no sense. And to try to make logic out of an illogical situation, it's impossible. And then you get your adrenaline rush, you get your testosterone kicking in, you get your fight or flight senses, all of that stuff going on at once. And it's really hard to do the right thing all the time. Was saying that Tommy was removed, not sure what she meant. Well, I think you're talking about Tommy being removed from the ICE facility, and it's because he got into a fight. He won the fight, but because he was a conservative, he had to go through a court case. They arrested him, pressed charges on him, and of course it was Portland City, so they ran him through the ringer. And they've been playing games with him for months and keeping him 200 yards away. And I think in order to settle the case, now he has to be at least like 3 blocks away or something. They actually made the restriction even farther. So that's why Tommy's not down there. Because if he had to stay, I mean, it was hard enough for him to be 200 feet away, but that's why he got the megaphone and all of that. But to tell him he has to be 3 feet away, that's just 300 feet. Okay, maybe that's what it is. I thought it was 3 blocks. I don't know the exact number, but it's basically more than it was before. And it's not logical for him to go down there. And that's another thing. Somebody just wrote, Patriots don't start the crap. When you feel like you're in the right, it's hard to back down. If you know you're wrong, it's easier to be like, okay, yeah, that was dumb. I'm going to walk away. But if you legitimately feel like you're in the right, it makes it harder to back away and back down. And I think a lot of that comes into play when the shit hits the fan down there. Because inevitably, everybody thinks that they're right. They think they're right, we think we're right. So nobody wants to back down. But the problem comes in the fact that they have the numbers. So whether they're right or not, they have the numbers to do damage to us. And we need to be smarter than that. We need to take that into account and realize that there are people down there that are extremely violent, or at least violently minded, and want to do damage to us. This group of pages, yes, okay, yes. Yeah. Some of them, okay, so here's the other point of view. I'll throw out both sides of that argument, because BCP is going to blow a blood vessel here if I don't say this. But so Quincy and I have talked about this, and we've talked about the fact that it may be pointless for us to be down there. And I kind of agree that we don't have to be down there. So therefore, when patriots go down there with their bullhorns, with their sirens, with, calling people names and intentionally antagonizing people, and yes, they have a right to do it, but is it smart to do that? Because when do we cross the line of acting like them? That's my question. Where is the line that everybody stops and says, Jesus, the patriots are acting just like Antifa? Where is that line in the sand? And who's going to decide when we cross it? Because right now, it's a philosophical debate. I noticed how civilized the conversations were at the end of the night. Yeah, and there's a reason for that. Because Patriot Shane doesn't want to assault anybody or anything like that. At the end of the night, when all the egos calm down, people have decent conversations. Okay, acting like Antifa is being violent because somebody used words. So, devil's advocate, that is exactly what Antifa is accusing us of doing. Because there's been so much pepper spray deployed down there, and it's how do I put this? It's at the point where it's not cut and dry enough for them to not be able to twist it. I know that's kind of a double negative. I think that the pepper spray should be used more, what's the word I'm looking for? More selectively. And I think we need to work on my entire time in the Patriot movement is no patriot is decked out a disabled veteran on a scooter. That is facts. My favorite word to throw out there to remind everybody is optics. We are fighting a media battle in Portland more than a physical battle. Everything's about optics. And we are constantly coming out on the losing end of that. They are really good. Antifa protesters, radical left, are very good at provoking without looking like they're provoking, and then twisting our reactions. So we should be smarter. We should be smart enough to not let them do that. But because everything they do is based on emotion, they know how to get us into our feelers. The reason why I don't get into altercations with these people is because my wife says I don't have feelers. I don't have any emotions. Manipulation is the key, and they are great at manipulation. They're awesome at it. Seems weird to say that they're awesome at anything, but yeah, they are skilled manipulators. And they manipulate the entire situation to where we always end up looking bad. So do we need to get to the point where we're like, the only way to combat is to not be there in the first place? If we're going to keep losing in the eyes of the public, do we keep going down there? Because there is that argument. I'm on both sides of this argument, so I'm not saying one way or another. Because if I do say all one way, I'm a hypocrite there. If I do say all one another way, I'm a hypocrite on that side. Because I'm playing both sides of the fence. Because I understand both sides of the argument. And I'm living both sides of the argument at the same time. I think if we didn't put ourselves in that situation, then the situation wouldn't be there. But I also understand patriots not wanting to give up that ground, patriots not wanting to give up the fight, patriots not wanting to say, okay, you can have it, we'll take the L. Because I don't want to do that either. So it's a tightrope. So you have one or two choices. They do outnumber us. So we're going to get forced to make a choice if we want to stop what happened last night from happening. The choice is either we get a whole bunch more people to go down there, or we stop going down there altogether. Those are our options. I know what you guys want. You guys don't want us to stop going down there. You guys are hooked on watching us go down there. That's why we have the community that we have, because whatever your motives are, you guys are addicted to us going down there. So I know what your guys' answer is going to be. But quite frankly, you guys, most of you, aren't the ones putting your bodies on the line down there. I could have been in a really bad spot last night. I was very fortunate that in the middle of that first melee that I didn't get pepper sprayed. I have lung problems already, so pepper spray is not very nice for me. And then if I got pepper sprayed in the face, I would have had to have pepper spray inside a full face helmet for an hour and a half. So I was very fortunate that I didn't get pepper sprayed. Or something else, or hit in the back of the head with something. I almost got tripped over a chain link guardrail fence thing, whatever it was, and probably, hell, I'm old. I could have broke a hip. But basically, I have to ride a 900-pound motorcycle for an hour and a half to get home. If anything would have messed with my health, it may have prevented me from being able to go home. And I'm not exaggerating. I have to be completely 100% on my game to ride my motorcycle in Portland. But then after I leave Portland, then I'm on long, dark back roads for an hour. So if I'm not at 100% capacity, it's not smart for me to get on my motorcycle and ride home at night. So if anything would have happened to me, it would have created a very bad situation for me. So I got pretty lucky. But if something would have happened to me, it would have been my own damn fault. Because I made the choice to be there. I could have left when Quincy did. I could have left the first time it started getting spicy. I said, okay, this is dumb. I need to go home before something bad happens. Well, that is a good point. I mean, I understand there's a lot of people in this chat that aren't from Portland, so I guess that wouldn't pertain to them, but if you're in the chat and you're local and you think we should have more Patriots down there, then please come down there. Well, if you're in a wheelchair in Virginia, then I guess that's not an option. I think Quincy's upset about it because we don't like to see our fellow Patriots in potentially dangerous situations. And Quincy and I have seen both sides of the equation. Quincy and I have had to go to memorials and celebrations of lives and visit friends in hospitals over Patriot stuff. Once you get to that point, you look at things a little bit different. And he's speaking his opinion right now. You may not agree, but that doesn't make him an asshole. It just makes him honest. And it's really easy to sit on your computer and say what should be done and come up with all these ideas that you can't enact. But, you know, I understand, like I said, a lot of you aren't here, a lot of you can't, whatever. I get all that. But the reason why Quincy's upset is because we don't want to see anybody else get hurt over something that, yeah, caveman, we need to hook up. We've already discussed this and nothing's came of it yet. So we need to hook up and figure that out. Obviously, I'm not going to put you on the back of my bike, but I'm sure we can figure something out. But, you know, Quincy doesn't want to see somebody get hurt or worse over something that in the big picture really doesn't matter. And we're at that point. That's the scary part about it right now. Because Quincy and I can debate this all day long. And we probably will. We already have. It's probably why I'm making this video right now. But I was down there last night. I felt the atmosphere. I felt the anger. I felt the angst in the crowd. And after what I felt last night, and with my experience in doing this, I predict it's going to get worse. I really do. I think that they're getting more and more emboldened by Portland City Hall. And Quincy and I have stood in downtown Portland with literally thousands of people surrounding our couple of hundred, all wanting to do physical damage to us. Thousands. It felt like half of Portland was down there. Spitting, yelling, screaming, foaming at the mouth, literally ripping bricks off of buildings to throw at us. Once you go through that, what's happening at ICE does not really seem that big. Now, I understand if you haven't been through the giant rallies that we have, it feels, what they're doing right now feels big to them because they haven't experienced anything bigger. But Quincy and I have. And Reggie has. And Skylar has. I don't understand why Reggie and Skylar don't fight back a little on this. Because they've been around a long time, just like we have. And they've seen what we've seen. Okay, Mr. Bill, you want me to mention your name, but you're not boots on the ground with us. You're the daytime shift. But no, you've been in some, no, you did some stuff during the Summer of Love. You saw some stuff that I didn't even see. Because I never made it down to the Fed building during that. So you got to see some shit that I didn't even see. But when you see that kind of stuff, you are not banned from commenting in my chat. No, there you are right there. See, you're not banned. I just saw you. You commented right as I was reading your text, babe. Okay. I forgot that blocks the camera when I do that. And the thing is, what you guys got to understand is I'm going to take the risk here of being, you know, Mr. Bill suffered it, Quincy suffered it, Geyer suffered it. By speaking up against what the mainstream thinks, it, you know, puts you at risk of being persona non grata. But I think it needs to be said. The Patriots celebration meeting somewhere else beside it's being discussed, and that's going to be awesome. We are talking about doing more positive stuff away from the ice building. Protest against City Hall, against the police and local government. Yeah, that would be a good thing too. And that's the thing, is that those of us that are speaking up have reasons for speaking up. And it's not to downgrade, to beat on, to talk shit about any of our fellow patriots. It's the fact that we've seen some awful shit and we don't want to see it again, especially to the up and coming. I mean, I've said it before, I love this new crew of patriots because the patriot movement was stale. And this is my opinion. If it wasn't for the new group of patriots going down and doing the ice thing, it brought me back into the fold. It got me active again after I took a few years off. And it brought attention back to it. Especially in this new age of social media. It was different back in our day, which wasn't that long ago, but in tech time, 5 or 6 years is a long time. But social media is completely different now. And you get a lot of live streams in real time witnessing what's going on down there. And we're getting that. I mean, look at how many of you are here just in my chat right now. At what time is it? It's 11:30 at night on a freaking Sunday night. And there's 135 people talking about this in my chat. It wasn't like that years ago. And it's a blessing and a curse. But the simple fact is there's so much more media coverage because of social media. And it changes the game. But at the end of the day, it's still the same actions. It's still, if you get rid of the social media and the celebrity status of some people and stuff like that, it's still the same thing. It's still a patriots versus loony lefties battle. And at any time, it can get physical. So you got to ask, what do they say? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Especially when this orange is squeezing back. The newer Patriot, I didn't say they were the same as the old Antifa. No, I did not say that. No, Chris had a date. What I asked is, when do our actions cross the line to where we look just like them? When normies and people outside this circle we have, outside of our community and our supporters, when the normies, the people seeing it on the 6 o'clock news, the people seeing it on stupid little random Twitter accounts and stuff, when do they think that we're the same as them? Understand why Angry is talking about the fact that Quincy did nothing wrong with reporting it and people should be attacking him for it, because I'm discussing other things right now. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Quincy's talking right along with us. And I have no idea what you guys are talking about the spelling, because apparently I didn't see this post that he put up. To be 100% honest, I never saw the post, so I don't know what you guys are talking about. It doesn't matter what kind of fighting you use. If you put hands on them and they can somehow prove that it was unjustified, then you get screwed. And everything in Portland is left-leaning, so it doesn't matter. They'll probably take you to jail for spitting on one of them. Well, I'm glad it's working out for you, Unfiltered. Congratulations. I'm glad that we were able to help. Hell, I confuse chain and chain. That's not a hard thing to do. And I hate to disagree with you guys, but there's a million people out there. That's probably an exaggeration, but there's a whole lot of people out there that have saw the videos. They're not going to confuse the two of them. Everybody knows who had the gun. Everybody knows who we're talking about. And I'm watching my chat, and I'm afraid this is going to turn into a tribal thing again. There's always two different camps when this shit happens, and I don't like that. People are allowed to have their opinions. It doesn't make them bad people. Even if you disagree with them, say their opinion's dumb and move on. But we're all patriots. We're all heading the same place. I don't know. I guess I'm supposed to give my opinion on this. I don't know if I would have pulled a gun in that situation. Because I was taught if you don't pull a gun unless you're going to use it. Again, I understand why he did it. I just don't think that would have been my choice. You can't do warning shots. Come on, caveman, that's silly. You can't just shoot up in the air. That's still just fire. That's still discharging your weapon. But I don't know. I can tell you one thing. That atmosphere last night was scary. So people that say that he didn't have a level of fear, yada, yada, yada. You weren't there. The atmosphere was stressful. It was, there was a level of fear there because there were some people there that were very, very violent. It's just, I don't know. I don't believe in pulling a weapon out for show. I don't care what kind of weapon it is. I don't care if it's a staff. I don't care if it's a bow. I don't care if it's a puño. I don't care if it's a blade. Thank you for reminding me of that name. I was trying to talk to Mr. Bill about that earlier, the Michael Strickland thing. I don't believe in pulling out a weapon unless it's time to use it. Now, again, this is where I'm riding the fence because I understand why he did it. And I think in his mind, brandishing was deterring a threat. And I get that. Like I said, I don't have to agree to understand. But I was there. And I could understand why he was fearful enough to think that was a feasible option. Well, as far as I know, in this room, in this chat right now, I am the only person that was there. I don't see anybody in here that was actually there. And I think it should have all been avoided in the first place. Honestly, I think we should have never went down there the second time. There were other ways to get out of that situation to make it not get to that point. That's what bothers me. I'm not actually even that bothered by the fact that he brandished his firearms. I don't agree with it. I don't think it was the decision I would have made. But at that point in time, I understand why he did it. What bothers me is the fact that it got to that point. And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that we should have made better decisions all along the line before that even got to that point. And then this wouldn't be happening. It wouldn't be an issue if we'd have made better choices before that moment. And I say we, because I didn't do anything to stop it. Yeah, that's another point, Meredith, because I know for a fact that there were people on the opposite side that were also carrying. And if he pulled his out, they would be justified in pulling theirs out, which is another reason I wouldn't do it. I don't know. I didn't want to get you guys fighting amongst each other. But it seems like everybody has an opinion, and that's fine. I don't want a bunch of dumb people in my chat. I want people to have opinions. I just don't want it to separate us. And the thing is, every time something controversial like this happens, it separates the crowd. It separates the chat. It separates the movement. When nobody wants to talk about all the things that led up to that. Which is what I'm talking about. I did. He was on right after me. I had to stop talking so Shane could talk. I'll say I heard about 85% of it. I was getting ready for work at the time, so I may have missed a thing or two, but he was actually on right after I got done talking. I cut my comments short so that he could have the space. hope you're right. We can talk about this and move on and stand shoulder to shoulder. I certainly hope so. But I think there needs to be a serious discussion as to how this doesn't happen again. Because next time, and they've already put threats online. Next time you pull a gun, it'll be the last time you pull a gun, yada, yada, yada. Now they're going to try to step up their game. And then what happens? We just keep going, oh, mine's bigger than yours, mine's bigger than yours, mine's bigger than yours, mine's bigger than yours, until we're burying another patriot. Do any of you guys know who Aaron J. Danielson was? I really wonder if Aaron's family would think that the ice building was worth his life. That's a real question, guys. Is the juice worth the squeeze? What juice are we getting? We got our juice out last summer when we got the media attention and we got the, you got ventilated. When we got the media's, when we showed what the media wasn't showing, when we got Patriots fired up enough to fill that parking lot that night, when we got Camp Antifa taken off the sidewalk, and we showed the whole country that the media was lying to them, we got our juice then. It was worth the squeeze. But that was months ago. For the last few months, it's just the same thing. Groundhog's Day over and over and over again down there. To do what? They're not even hardly doing anything out of that building anymore. Now it's just a bunch of retards yelling at a building that's nobody's using. And somebody could have very well lost their life last night. But you guys want to sit here and fight with BCP in the chat instead of looking at the real issue. Because BCP disagrees with you guys some. It was very close to really bad last night. It was bad. It could have been a lot worse. And we've seen it worse. But that's my bottom line on it. We either need to get more Patriots down there or no Patriots down there. I think the days of 5 to 10 Patriots going down there and hanging out all night and thinking they're going to be okay is probably gone. It was going away anyways, but I think last night's episode is going to embolden them even more. The fact that Tommy got restricted farther emboldens them even more. And they're just going to continue to get more and more violent. And we've got more and more violent people coming into the fray. Us hanging down there in a small group is not safe anymore. So we have to make a decision. I am telling everybody, I'm saying this publicly right now, I am not going to Portland for No King's Day. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's safe. There are plenty of other No King's Day protests that are going to be in my area that are not going to be in Portland. I am going to cover No King's Day protests, but I'm not doing it in Portland. I don't think anybody should do it in Portland. Unless you're really good at going in black bloc and undercover. I don't think anybody should be going to No King's Day as a patriot. I think last night was a small preview. And I go back to my original question: is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? So that you can get some clicks and likes on your channel to potentially end up in the hospital or worse? Because they're going to go absolutely berserk down there. And I've seen it before. I've been down there in a small group of patriots during one of these liberal protests that fills street after street after street, and thousands of liberals are marching up and down. And then you get Antifa type and radical types that hide in the middle of the crowd, and they'll manipulate the situation. So no matter what you do, you're going to get framed as patriots that were there to do violence against protesters that were peacefully protesting. That's what Portland's going to do. Is that worth your safety? I'm going to say it's a no for me. Hundreds, yes, hundreds, caveman. You're right. We need hundreds. And you know what? We've been there, done that, and sometimes that's not even safe because they'll pick you apart when you separate, when you leave. Portland is a shithole politically. There are lots of good people in Portland. But that's not who you're going to see when you go to a protest downtown. You're not going to see the good people of Portland. You're going to see all the people that don't like their lives. So my advice to my fellow patriots, if anybody listens, anybody cares, is do what I'm going to do. I'm going to go find some on the outlying towns. I'm going to stay out this way, as far away from Portland as I want to get. And there's going to be plenty to see and plenty of people to talk to and plenty of people having TDS tantrums. There's going to be plenty of content out here where police actually uphold the law. Yes, caveman, I do plan on being at Newburgh, so maybe I'll keep in touch with you. We can meet there. I'd like to meet you in person. Yeah, Mindy, even the left was saying that Muslim guy was a gang member. I don't want to read Pretend Media's chat from last night. Those people are retarded over there. Those people are off the chain with just the craziest crap. Yeah, Laura, you're saying that you got harassed yesterday, and you weren't even there after dark. It got worse after dark, trust me. So the fact that you couldn't even, the fact that it bothered you so much to be there in the daytime should tell you what the atmosphere was like later. And you've been down there at night. You know how it works. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Were you actually there till 8? You were there past Quincy? I didn't see you. You were hiding pretty good somewhere. I thought you left when it was still daytime. Yep, you have been there till late before. Like I said, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but yeah, it was weird last night. It was different. And that's my main point. After everything that happened last night, what did we accomplish? What was worth all of that? That's the question. Something really bad could have happened. I'm super, super thankful that it didn't. I'm super thankful that it died when it died and it just faded out. Very fortunate. I'm grateful for that. But it could have been a lot worse, and I don't want to keep pushing it until it is worse. Well, the thing is that multiple calls were made to the police. And I actually have it on my live stream. Police were down there and did nothing. And there's rumors running around that a bunch of people called the cops and they just got hung up on. Well, Wolfgang, that's not necessarily true. Well, not the plow part, but I don't know if you were there with me or not, Quincy, but I know I stood in court and watched a guy get charges because he drove his truck through Antifa that were attacking him. And I got attacked right behind him on my motorcycle. Were you up in Vancouver for the Billy Wilson incident, Quincy? There's video of it somewhere out there. We were up in Vancouver and we had a rally, and they decided that they were so pissed off they were going to block the road so we couldn't leave Vancouver. And then somebody in a lifted truck thought that it was a good idea for him to clear the way for us. And because they were attacking the truck, they were attacking me on my motorcycle, throwing beer bottles at me. So he led the way and I followed right behind him. And as soon as we got through the Antifa crowd, we were met by a whole line of police that were arresting him. This is not even a joke. They were arresting him at the back of his truck while Antifa were using the flagpole they ripped off of my motorcycle to beat on his headlights 4 feet away from the arresting officer. Quincy, were you in Vancouver that day? Do you remember that day? Okay, now he's not even listening to me. Yeah, there's video of it floating around there somewhere. They were super pissed off because we announced a big rally at Waterfront Park in Portland, and only a few people went down there, and everybody else decided to have a rally up in the Vancouver waterfront without telling them. So there were thousands of lefties and Antifa at Waterfront Park that showed up for about a dozen patriots down there. And when they found out, they all hauled ass up to Vancouver and decided to assault us and make life hard for us up there because their feelings got hurt. They got duped. Oh, man. I don't know, honestly, and I'm not trying to be a dick here, but if you guys all want to fight with Quincy, maybe you should talk Quincy into hosting his own live about it, and you guys can talk to him about it, because I feel like nobody's paying attention to me. You guys are all too busy fighting with Quincy. Yeah, Quincy, that was the one where Billy Wilson got charges that we kept having to go up to court for him about that one. I think you remember Billy Wilson. Well, Stephanie, I hope you're right. I hope a bunch of them do get arrested, but we're getting tired of waiting for that. Yeah, hundreds of people watching you talk about 80s movies. Oh, you ended up going to the downtown one, and you never went back up to you, because we were all up at Vancouver. And I rode my Suzuki up there that had the big 3-per emblem on the gas tank, and that just set them off. We can talk about 80s movies all effing day. I'm more into 90s movies myself, but I like 80s movies. I agree with you about not going to ice anymore. Share Bear, probably not. I don't think my opinion is going to change anybody else's mind. I'm just speaking my mind. I got you, Quincy. I think I got duped too. I didn't get the memo about Vancouver. I think I went to the waterfront for a moment and realized that something was strange, and somebody clued me in that everybody was up in Vancouver. And then I got chased by an Antifa pizza delivery driver in a Subaru that was screaming at me about my pew-pew that I didn't have. But she's like, I see the emblem on your tank. I know you got one in your bag there. You're going to pull up on me about it. I'm like, I don't even know who you are or why you're following me, but leave me alone. Like, she literally was trying to run me down with her Subaru. And then I thought I'd be safe up in Vancouver, but nope. Got caught up in it. Almost went to jail myself. All right, guys, I'm going to have to ask you to talk amongst yourselves for about 2 minutes. I got to go shine my flashlight around a little bit. I will be right back in a moment. Appreciate it if you kept hanging out. You guys can fight with Quincy just a little bit more. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, everybody stuck around. Told you I wouldn't be long. Yeah, because you're still arguing with Quincy. I kind of knew that was going to happen. Yeah, Quincy, you need to do a live and let people yell at you on your channel. He was restreaming me the time. The chat were stuck with me at stoplights talking about Rocky. BCP is not hacked. BCP is just a little upset with things. And unfortunately, that's due to experience. So let me ask you this. I know there are some locals in here. I don't know how many of you guys are local, but I know some locals are in here. If we do another positive Patriot thing, like if you're local around here, put a 1 in the chat if you guys would want to participate in a positive Patriot event somewhere, like a big flag wave, rent a park out for a day, and have a big Patriot picnic or something like that. We used to do stuff like that back in the Patriot Prayer days, and I think maybe we should do some more of that. But I think it would be encouraging to the people that are trying to organize it if we knew that it would actually, if we could count on people showing up and having a good time and whatever, it would be a lot. Iranian pro-USA event. Yeah, that's true. Chris out of date, you are right. When I didn't get to go down there, but when the Patriots were posting the pro-USA event for the Iranians, it was really popular. A lot of people like watching that. There we go. Not sure what happened. That was weird. I'm still here, guys. I don't know what my phone just did. But anyways, yeah, I'm still here. Yep, I got it cleared. My phone just decided it didn't want to connect for a minute. But yeah, I see why everybody. Like I said, I see both sides of it. I gave my opinion on it. Kind of want to talk about something positive happening now, because there's been talk publicizing the plan. Yeah, that's the hard part about it. That is the real hard part about it. And it's been that way since the beginning. I doubt Mr. Bill was, but Quincy, were you around for the first Patriot Prayer thing at Esther Short up in Vancouver? The very first one that Joey threw with the big gazebo, and we had all the bikers there and everything. Quincy, were you around? Even in that was still your street preacher days, but I'm not sure if you guys were there. Oh, good night, Jeffrey. I realize it's late. BCP does not drink. Chris out of date. That sounds awesome. Is there video of that anywhere that we could watch that you know of? Oh, BG on the scene was there? Oh, he just streamed it probably from his place is what you're saying. He restreamed it. I'll have to check that out. I kind of want to see that. But anyways, the first large rally that we had in the Trump days was up at a park called Esther Short in downtown Vancouver. And Patriot Prayer wasn't even like wasn't even like a real thing yet. I mean, it was still in the getting together process. You were there, BC? Okay. I wasn't sure if you were there or not. I know you were around, but I didn't know if you had made it to that event. And we had we had a few hundred people there, which was good because everything was just kicking off. That was the first event that Joey held. And we ended up getting surrounded by Antifa. And they started throwing smoke bombs and all of that. What, honey? You're talking about a different day. You're talking about the Washougal day. Well, that's good. I'm glad that it did that for you, Nancy Renee. I guess it's really important to hear that too, because you guys trying to say BCP's not real. That is the real BCP, guys. He's not been hacked. Like I said, he's just got an opinion. He's got an opinion that he feels strongly about right now. And like I said, that opinion is based on experience and what we've been through and what we've seen. But yeah, when you guys tell us that, it makes us feel like we're doing something worthwhile. I think what you guys don't understand a lot about BCP is he just throws his Team BCP. That's funny. He just throws it out there, and it's either going to stick to the wall or it's not. But he's not going to sugarcoat or anything like that. Oh, you guys were at the airport before that? But my original point was with the Esther Short thing is there wasn't a whole lot of advertisement out there or anything like that because Patriot Prayer really wasn't a thing yet. But somehow Antifa still got a hold of it and mustered, I don't know, maybe 100 of them. And mounted a serious counter to our rally, to our celebration. So it's tough because they're obsessed with the right. They're obsessed with activist right. And personally, I think from a psychological level, they don't like to share the spotlight. They want to have all the attention. And we as activists take some of their attention away. And that triggers them really, really bad. So it'll be tough to organize something large, even on a positive note, and not get pushed back. So I don't even know if there's a way to actually do it. But that'd be great if we could. But like the day I'm talking about when we ended up in Vancouver, it's a different day than the Esther Short day. We juked them. We advertised for a long time and a lot that we were going to have a rally at the waterfront. And then at the last minute, there was a memo sent out that we all were going to go to Vancouver instead. And boy, were they pissed when they caught on. And they came up to Vancouver and wreaked havoc. Somebody asked if I'm drunk? No. If I was drunk, there's no way I'd be sitting in this box and just chilling. I couldn't do this if I was drunk. And BCP is not drunk either. BCP does not drink. I've known the man for 10 years and never seen him drink. I think I've even offered a couple of times, and he wouldn't. Because we've been to holiday parties and stuff together and whatnot. I don't even think you've ever even followed us to a bar. Yeah, I kind of agree, Geyer. I think if they really want to know why he feels the way he does and other things, then they should watch his channel more. Because quite honestly, if you don't take the time to understand context with BCP, some of the stuff that he says is probably going to rub you the wrong way because you're not seeing the whole picture about what he's saying. But if you knew him, you would understand better. Yeah, I don't know. Quincy, maybe take off your caps lock. Maybe that'll stop triggering people. Yeah, Laura, I pretty much said that same thing too. Is you got to get context with Quincy. If you understand who Quincy is, his perspective makes a lot more sense. And you might not agree. There's things that Quincy and I don't agree on either. But you can't judge a person by the opinion on one situation. But you know that's your judgment and your call. I can't tell you who to like and who not to like. I just know him and I have been friends for a long while because I value his outlook and his perspective. So I'm biased, and I think everybody should. But you got to make your own. You got to make your own judgment, and we're not all going to make everybody happy all the time. You just can't. Yes, I am working graveyard shift. I work nights. So how about, it seemed like everybody liked the idea of a large patriot gathering in a positive environment, in a positive atmosphere. How about chat gives some, what's the word I'm looking for? Some recommendations. What would you think would be a good idea? What, maybe where or how? Give me some ideas that I can take to the powers that be, because we'll have a brainstorming session about how to have a positive Patriot event. How about that? We won't work harsher inside. Yeah. Why a skateboard tournament? I could do horseshoes. You're not getting my old ass on a skateboard, Bill. My wife says nowhere near Portland. Well, the thing about it is, though, it's got to be a central location somewhere, but there are places just outside of Portland that wouldn't be hard for people to get to. But I believe it should be somewhere outside of Portland as well, in a suburb or something where cops actually do their jobs. What I really liked is, Charlie popped up on my feed yesterday. He seemed like a solid guy. Well, thank you for that, Winston. Paul said, I have old eyes. I wish everyone typed in caps. What was I saying? Oh, Mr. Bill was there. I went to the Charlie Kirk Memorial in Wilsonville. And I was really impressed because they had Wilsonville cops there. They had county sheriffs there. There may have even been a state trooper or two running around. And we had no issues, none. I heard rumors that there were a couple Antifa scouting around, looking around, whatever. But the local police did a great job of making sure that something that could have been controversial went peacefully and without a hitch. So I liked how they did things in Wilsonville. And I think we need to do something like that. Something just outside of Portland that's still not far for everybody to get to, but yet is not in Portland itself. Maybe it can't be. Yeah, some places they didn't actually have picnic areas because David Medina and Drazen were there. Oh, at the oh, come on, I can't look at this, hun, because it messes up my screen when I look. I'm trying to read my wife's text and it's messing up. Data, but maybe I can stay here talking some shit. I think that was from yesterday. I like it. Well, see if I can see them all. Pig roast. Oh, come on. I can't. Well, if you would. I can't. Now it's messing up my phone. I'm going to end up losing my stream here because my phone's being stupid. Okay, I did not. Now my work is texting me. You would have read the text message. Read the text message, then you would have seen one. Oh, okay. I'm not even sure what most of that messing with me for. Don't say where you're thinking about having it on high school tracks. Yeah, you're right. I probably shouldn't say so much online. I'm just kind of spitballing anyways. See, Carly, a place up in Washington wouldn't be bad, but the problem is Oregonians think that Washington is on the other side of the country. Trying to get Portlanders to cross the river is unreasonably hard. Oh, Geyer, if you're looking for a serious show, you're in the wrong place. We got past the serious, I think. We're going to not have serious anymore. In Washington, right down the road from you guys in Portland. Yeah, it's literally right across the river, but literally the whole... See, for some reason, people in Vancouver don't mind coming to Portland, but people from Portland don't want to go to Vancouver. That's been my experience over the years. I don't know why that is. But I've also found, since I've moved out here in Portland, that there are a whole lot of people in Oregon that, other than Vancouver, obviously, have never left Oregon. There's a lot of people in Oregon that don't leave Oregon. And I can see why. I mean, we have everything here. Why would you want to go anywhere else? But, I mean, come on. Your mic's cutting. God bless. See you later, angry. Gotta go yell at people and cause a scene like I normally do. Where are you going to yell at people? Yes, I am a fellow Gen Xer, and I do have a dark sense of humor. Where are you originally from? If you're asking me, Chris, I'm originally from Ohio. That is true, Meredith. You get special favors when you pay for stuff. Yeah, I live out in the country too, Wolfgang, so I feel you on that one. But yeah, I think that would be neat. So it's 4 acres down from Bald Peak. We could. Really, I love Bald Peak. I ride up there all the time, caveman. And that's a pretty area out there too. Oh, everybody must be going to bed. I'm losing viewers in a hurry. I don't know how long I've been on. If you guys still want to hang out, we can still hang out. I'm okay with that. I'm not in a hurry. Like I said, I'm not going nowhere until 7 in the morning. So, but now that the controversy is over, everybody's bailing. Oh, thank you, Chris. 2.5 hours. Yes, please hit the like button. I've got, most of the time I'm seeing more likes than active viewers, so I'm not going to bitch about the like button if I feel like everybody has been hitting the like button, which makes me happy. So I'm not going to cry about it that much, but yeah. Please hit the like button if you have not done so, because it helps me and doesn't cost you anything. Why are we yelling at Geyer now? What did Geyer do? Why did Geyer piss everybody off? I don't understand. Bill and maybe you guys can answer this. How come everybody's always mad at you guys and nobody gets mad at me? I know what you're going to say, Quincy. You're going to say because I don't stand for anything. Just because I can see both sides of a story doesn't mean I don't stand for anything. Nobody gets mad at me because I can type without all caps. Laura gets mad at everyone. Yeah, mostly you, though. I swear to God, you two are married. There's like some weird thing between the three of you. I think you and Laura bicker like a married couple, and then you and Quincy bicker like a couple of weird brothers. So there's a weird dynamic going on there between the three of you. It's a love triangle. Took offense when I didn't meet Joe Guy's podcast. Oh, this has to do with something over at his channel. I gotcha. Geyer didn't start anything here. I gotcha. That makes more sense. It's just about opening your area. That Tinker didn't know anything. He's been searching a spot for a camp. Oh, a camp out would be cool. Camp out would be super cool. But if we had a camp out, I'd want to do it at the beach. You're irresistible. They just don't know it is. Yeah, camp out would be super cool. You are a new place for us to have our separate arguments. Yeah, I don't care. If you guys want to argue in the chat, as long as nobody's threatening anybody or talking about everybody's family or dumb shit like that. I've noticed most of the time, as long as everybody's respectable, the arguments in chat always end up with some joke and laughter anyways, so I'm okay with that. If you guys gotta get out some keyboard aggression on each other for a second, as long as everybody shakes hands at the end of it, or not. I mean, you could leave the chat too, but camp weekend on the Sandy at Oxbow. You know, I've never been to Oxbow Park, and obviously you can see it from the freeway, so it looks really cool, but I've never been to Oxbow Park. Yeah, I think it's healthy also. Sometimes you just got to argue with people. And if you can do it without long-lasting bullshit, then it is healthy. Yeah, I've definitely got to check out Oxbow Park. Not arguing, just explaining why I'm always right. I have to take my wife to Multnomah Falls and Crown Point and all that. She's never experienced the gorge. So I think on the way to do that, we may swing in and take a look at Oxbow Park since I've never been there. I have seen every one of your posts since you stopped screaming. That's funny. He does not have to type in all caps to be seen. Yeah, Vista House at Crown Point is awesome. Especially on a windy day. I kind of like the wind up there. It makes it the full experience. But she saw it on the news or something a few days ago or whatnot, and she said, I've never been there. And I said, oh, really? So I guess I have to take her to go see that. And Multnomah Falls. I've never been to the top of Multnomah Falls. I think we'll try to do that. From NM, does that mean from New Mexico? BCPS is against Bob Ferguson, the governor, March 28th at noon. Bob Ferguson, that's Washington stuff, right? Bob Ferguson, that's up north. I don't think that's here. So you're going down to Portland for that, Quincy. You can get away with it. I don't know how you do it, but you can get away with stuff like that. Well, you can, Carly, you can drive to the top. I think there's a parking lot, and you can hike to the top of the falls from a parking lot up there. I think. I could be wrong. Yeah, Ferguson is Washington. That's what I thought. I don't know much about the Washington races. I have a hard enough time keeping up with the ones down here. And I just changed counties, so I have to relearn everything now. So I've been focused on this county that I'm in right now for years now, and I just moved and we're right on the other side of the county line, so I have to learn a whole new county now. Fat Patriot, appreciate you being here, sir. Have a good night, get some good sleep. Quincy will wear a rainbow BLM shirt to get away with it. That I want pictures of that. Appreciate you getting someone to go check on Shane last night. Yeah, I try to keep the herd rounded up. It's the sheepdog in me. You're walking through and chipmunks messing up your table. Yeah, if BCP wears a rainbow BLM shirt, if he actually did that, I might go down to Portland and join him just to watch. Yeah, in case anybody else is leaving to go to bed or whatever, have a good night. I thank you for being in here. Thanks for joining. Thanks for hitting the buttons. Appreciate every one of you. So if you're leaving at some point, have a good night. I don't want you to leave without me saying good night. Can't believe they hijacked the rainbow. Yeah, it wasn't an accident. Medieval formation tactics. I might not agree on the way post ended, but be safe at the Portland No Kings. Well, that's a good post. Yeah, I'm not going to No Kings, Quincy. I'm not doing it. I don't think that's going to be a good place. Oh, that's not good. Be yawning already. Yeah, I got a bad feeling about that, bro. I'm not going down there. I've got plenty to see this way. I think I may hit the ones here local and then end my day in Salem. I'll be hitting the ones that nobody else is hitting, so I get off at 7. Yep, I'll take the west side and Bill will take the east side. And apparently Quincy will be right in the middle. Oh, I think Fat Patriot just raided me. Awesome. Where's my count? Well, not too many people because my count's still going down. Thank you, Fat Patriot. Much appreciated. Send people over to my crazy late night live stream where we're doing nothing but arguing with each other and laughing at each other for it. Dibs on the rooftop Overwatch. Yeah, that'd be the place to be. Just 8. That's all right. I can't believe I still have as many people in here as I do, considering this is like the Seinfeld show. It's a show about nothing right now. But like I said, I appreciate every one of you. And it's a good night. It's a celebration for me because I reached my 1K mark. So even though it may seem like a weird chat, we're all partying. This is great for us late nighters. Patriots, no action going on anywhere. This is a chill chat. Correct, Wolfgang. What's your favorite new metal band? You know, oddly enough, I don't listen to much new metal anymore. New stuff anyways. I kind of went a different direction. I got into what they call country rap. Not doing a whole lot of new metal anymore, which is odd because that's what you hear on my intro and stuff like that. But I'm still, when it comes to metal, I'm still stuck in the late 90s and early 2000s. I like that kind of new metal. This AI slop I make for myself. What about back in the day? Let's see. I'm not sure what genre you would call it now. But I was back in, about around Y2K. I got into the crossover really big. Yeah, I did Tools and Deftones and System of the Down. I got into the crossover stuff. I liked the combination of rock and rap. So when bands like Limp Bizkit and Kid Rock and Linkin Park and stuff like that, I was really, I saw Mudvayne at Roseland. Mudvayne was awesome. Happy's one of my favorite all-time songs. And if you like Mudvayne, I Will Be Heard is like on my top 5 ever. I used to get really drunk at the bar and put that on the jukebox and crank it up and run around the bar screaming, I Will Be Heard. I saw Korn in '96 also when they were touring with Ozzy, just before they switched the bass player. Oh, what did Chris say that he's making an arch nemesis? Rick vibes with the DJ at Ice. Oh, that's mean. That's mean. Yeah, Chester is one of my idols. Chester, oddly enough, Chester and Chris Cornell are like my top. Chester, Cornell, and Lane Staley are my top 3 musical idols. And then I'll throw you a curveball in my top 5. On top of those 3, the other 2 throw you a curveball. The other 2 are Stevie Wonder and Phil Collins. Yes, I did like Rage Against the Machine back in the day. I was a Rage fan. I was also a lot more liberal-minded back then too, though. But Rage kind of sold out in their later days. Okay, excuse my ignorance, but who is Tom York? I know I should know that. Obviously, I know who Kurt is. I know who Maynard is. I love Tool. But who is Tom York? And why am I not? I heard you vibing to Tom Morello. Yeah. Oh, Radiohead. Radiohead is Tom York. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's getting a little bit different, old school vein there, caveman. But that's good. music, but I'm a 90s grunge. Yeah. Well, like I was saying in my live feed, it was really weird. I've never done drugs. I tried speed once when I was 18 and it scared the living shit out of me, and I've never done drugs since. Oddly enough, music was kind of my drug when I was growing up. I would just put on some headphones and blast music in my ears and just kind of trip into another world. And I went through some rough times, and Dirt and Facelift are the two albums that got me through some really rough times in my life. Lane Staley is one of my huge idols. I love his songwriting, him and Jerry Cantrell's songwriting. Scorpions were kick-ass. I am 56 also. I just turned 56 a month ago. Yeah, see, I didn't get into the acid rock days because my parents were really strict religious. And so I kind of missed out on the, Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Alice Cooper. I missed out on all that because I wasn't allowed to listen to a radio back then, believe it or not. So I came into my own grunge. I was still in Ohio. I am speaking in my angry, yelling, bipolar. Oh my God, Quincy. Are you really, really tired? Because you are kind of acting a little goofy right now, bro. I came into like the early 90s is when I blossomed into my music thing. And grunge had hit Ohio, because I don't know if you guys know this. Well, some of you live in the Midwest, so you understand this, is music starts in New York and LA, West Coast, East Coast. And then it works its way both directions into the Midwest. So the Midwest, I mean, probably not so much nowadays, but you Gen Xers will understand this, especially if you lived in the Midwest, that it would take a minute for new genres to work their way into the Midwest. So what happened is we caught grunge in Ohio, and I instantly took to it. I loved grunge. And I was a huge Eddie Vedder fan. And right about that same time, maybe a year later, maybe 2 years later, I had the opportunity to come out here to Oregon. And the first thing I thought of is Oregon's only 3.5 hours away from Seattle. And I'm going to meet Jerry and Eddie and Lane and Chris and all of those. And then I came out here in basically New Year's Eve of '95, and found out that everybody was already done with grunge out here. And it was like new and up and coming to me, and I'm like all excited to get into the grunge scene and whatever. And then I come out here and it's like, we're already over that, dude. You're way behind. I was like, oh, I was severely disappointed. And then they all started offing themselves. But like I said, I really got into I was a huge, Chester Benningfield is like probably top 2. So he would be up there with Chris and Lane and Chester. So it was hard. I mean, him and Chris Cornell, probably the the top two, and then they both, I think, got taken from us, and probably for the same reason. And that one hit me hard. I don't usually get upset when celebrities leave us, but every once in a while there's one that hits hard, and Chris and Chester were hard hitters. Well, if you're a Chester fan, then you know the live version of One More Light. And every time, to this day, I listen to that. I see the live version of One More Light, and I cry still. Because I believe that's why he was taken from us, was because of his interest in exposing child trafficking. The same thing Chris was into when they said he OD'd, quote unquote. I've seen Candlebox 3 times in concert in Portland. Grainy tape of Metallica. I'm really into, because I've aspired most of my life to be a singer-songwriter. I can't say I'm all that good at it, but I do sing and I do write. And so I'm into acoustic, unplugged editions of rock songs. And because I like hearing the lyrics and hearing the emotion. Got really big into like Seether and Papa Roach and stuff like that. And if you listen to those guys unplugged, it's just awesome. Like oh my God, who does Simple Man? Is that not the Candlebox? Who did Shinedown? If you listen to, and it's going to drive me nuts. I can't think of his name right now, but the lead singer of Shinedown, when he does unplugged stuff, it like gives you chills. And then sometimes they do compilations, or they remake each other's songs and do it acoustically, and it's awesome. And who's really good at that is Aaron Lewis. As far as not hard rock stuff goes, Aaron Lewis is one of my favorites, and he's done a lot of unplugged remakes of rock star songs, and it's awesome. I love it. I could listen to it all day. I saw Shinedown in person. I saw them in concert at the amphitheater. What is it? The Richland Amphitheater up above Vancouver. There's an amphitheater, and I saw Shinedown there, and they were just rocking out, and then the whole place went dark, and everybody said, "Whoa, the concert's not over yet." And then the lead singer of Shinedown had a rising stage that came up in the middle of the crowd, and he's just doing Simple Man on an acoustic guitar. Is it Brent Smith? That I'm not sure. Richfield Coliseum. Yes, thank you, Carly. The Richfield Coliseum. But it's just him, the stage, the whole auditorium, the whole amphitheater is dark, except for spotlights on him rising up through the crowd with just an acoustic guitar doing Simple Man. Oh my God, that was awesome. I've seen some kick-ass concerts at the amphitheater, though. I've asked any multiple times. Gen Z Patriot could hack comic DJs, booth speakers, so you guys could play your music through them. That would be epic, actually. That would be funny, Drax. I would like to see that. Saw Rush at the amphitheater front. That would be a kick-ass concert. I also saw. I'm a huge Sully fan. I love Godsmack, and I saw them at the amphitheater, and it's amazing how fast they can do set changes. And Sully had the roller coaster upside down spin around thing with his drum kit on the stage there. So I read the book of Drummer's Motorcycle Story from Rush. I don't even know what that is, but now I'm interested. The Drummer's Motorcycle Story. I don't know what that is. I'm going to have to check that out. To the Gorge. I have not been to the Gorge yet. I've seen Zombie, I've seen Pantera, but I've never been to the Gorge Amphitheater. I saw Zombie and Pantera at Portland Meadows Racetrack when they used to have concerts there. But I have never been to the amphitheater. I want to so bad. I saw a documentary on the how that came to be a venue, and that was pretty neat. It was like a working farm, and they just wanted to make a little like extra money or something like that. It was a cool little story. I'll have to watch it again. For that concert, I yelled at Garth Brooks. Funny they kept it. Who's? I have not seen Skid Row. 14 years old, nice. One of my favorites of all time is Moody Blues. That's a good band. If I was around during Simon and Garfunkel days, I'd probably go to see them. Although their best song, I love the remake of it more. If you like the listen to the Sounds of Silence, and David Draymond and oh my God, what's his name? Miles Kennedy. David Draymond and Miles Kennedy do a version of Sound of Silence that is just absolutely sick. And it has to do with motorcycles? The Neil Peart book? Yeah, Piper, not just the Disturbed version, though. You got to see the concert version with Draymond, who's the lead singer of Disturbed, and he does it with Miles Kennedy, which is the lead singer from Alter Bridge. That version is the sickest version of that song you will ever hear. McKeel Stone, I think I'm saying that. Have a good night. All right, caveman. You have a good night. I'll try and hit you up somewhere and see where you're going to be on Saturday, and we can meet up in Newburgh. That would be cool. Saw that, gave me chills. Yeah, Miles Kennedy, that voice is just crazy. But I love stuff like that. Like I listen to, I've got a pretty eclectic taste in music, but I love unplugged stuff. I love just raw acoustic. I love A7. I love A7. That when I want to get amped up to do something, I'll listen to some A7. That and Corrosion. A7 and Corrosion I love to listen to together. Foreigner was the best band. Hail to the King, correct. Foreigner was a good band, still is a good band. I wouldn't say they were the best, but they were good. Was that, is it Lou Gramm, right? Am I right on that? Lou Gramm is the lead singer of Foreigner, if I remember right. He actually did a little bit of solo stuff for a minute. Now I want to listen to that. Now I want to listen to the A7. Good night, y'all. Good night, Laura. Hot-blooded, check it and see. Got a fever inside of me. Come on, baby, do more than dance. I am old, but my music I keep up. It's ingrained in me. Music was always there when so much else. But yeah, music is, man, I should play that song. What was the B-side? I couldn't answer that one. I could not. I'm assuming you're talking the B-side to Hot Blooded, right? I do not know that. I was never a big record guy. My dad was the record guy, so I don't know what the B-side was to that. I wish I could share something on here, but I don't think I can. Cold as Ice was the B-side to Hot Blooded? You know, that kind of makes sense, though, when you think about it. You got Hot Blooded on one side and Cold as Ice on the other. So that means they went number one with both sides of a record, huh? Because I'm pretty sure both of those went number one. That's kind of interesting. I did not know that. All right, guys, give me a second. I got to shine my flashlight around. I will be right back in a moment. Nope, I still have people in here. Cool. We stacked 45s. So I bet in a million years, nobody could guess what my first 45 was when I was a kid. I'm going to guess I was in like 4th grade. So however old you are in 4th grade, I think you're like 9, 10 years old, so it had to have been around 1980-ish, somewhere around there. Bet you never in a million years did you guys guess what my first 45 was. Nope. Now keep in mind, I already told you that I wasn't allowed to listen to much music. My parents were really strict, got into a religious kick. All right, you guys won't guess in a million years, so I will just tell you. My very first 45 was Debbie Boone, You Light Up My Life. Who just said Pat Boone? You were so close. I wish I was cool enough to have Elvis or Johnny Cash, but no, it was Debbie Boone. You Light Up My Life was my first 45 record. You were so close, Drax. I don't know how in the hell you could have guessed Pat Boone. But you were damn close. It was a good song. But that's kind of crazy. I heard that at church once. My grandma took me. All right, we're still good there. Oh, I'm trying to check my battery. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, I'm still good on battery. I am Gen X. I was born in 1970. Good morning. Good morning, Stone Soldier. Wherever you're at that it's morning. It's mid-afternoon for me. Wow, we got a bunch of Gen Xers in here. Well, that's why we're having good conversations. That's why we're having a good time, because we're all Gen Xers. Or most of us anyways. I'm sure there's some youngins in here. Hail the forgotten generation. The latchkey kids. Rode crappy bicycles over wooden ramps, drank out of a water hose, got shoved in the back of pickups all the time. Yeah, well, we had life FAFO'd us. We just had to learn everything the hard way because our parents were too busy to teach us anything. So we had to go out and learn the hard way on our own. Wait, what? Gen X has never had a president? Seriously? Wouldn't Clinton and Obama be Gen Xers? I haven't done the math, but I always assumed that, no, Clinton's too old. No, Carter would be too old. I think Clinton's a good 15 years older than me. Not one Gen X president. No kidding. Huh. I'm gonna have to look into that. Not that I don't believe you, but no, I think Bush is too old. I think they're all technically boomers. Because I think us like 68, 69, 70, I think we're the beginning of Gen X. So I guess just like 5 years older than me would be a boomer. And I'm pretty sure all those presidents are more than 5 years older than me. Yeah, what about Obama? Aren't him and Michelle about the same age as us? As Gen X? Yeah, that makes sense. Musk would be Gen X. That makes sense. And I think that Microsoft guy, I think he's Gen X too. That's crazy. I never realized that. I learned something. That's cool. I did not realize that. That's kind of weird. So, yeah, 65 to 80. That makes sense. So 5 years older than me. Bill Gates, thank you. I couldn't think of his name for the life of me. So 5 years older than me is a boomer. The offspring of boomers are Gen X. We spoiled you badly. Nicholas, are you a boomer? For some reason, I pictured you younger than that. Are you a boomer, Nicholas? Yeah, I don't know why, but I kind of, for some reason, I pictured you younger than that. Thai and/or South African hardcore rap. No, I can't say that I have. But just because they're South African, they still may rap in English. Yes, Bill Gates started in a garage with somebody else, with his partner, whoever his partner was. Was it Jobs? Who was his partner? Him and a partner started in a garage. Chappie, isn't that the robot movie? Yeah, so it was. It was Jobs and Gates. Okay, I thought so. I remembered that correctly. Okay, I'm waiting to find out why you brought up Chappie. There's got to be a tie-in here somewhere. Yeah, no matter what you think about Bill Gates, to go from putting shit together in your garage to being one of the richest people on the planet and creating a whole new way of life, basically, for us. Him and Steve Jobs created the way we live now. That's kind of amazing. I'm obviously not a Bill Gates fan. Not quite sure how I feel about Jobs. He's dead now, so it doesn't matter. But just the fact that there were some geeks in a garage messing around with some stuff, and they literally changed the world, is kind of amazing. So who delivered the San Jose Mercury News? I'm assuming that's a newspaper. I delivered the Cleveland Plain Dealer, and you know who else delivered the Cleveland Plain Dealer? Bob Hope. I delivered the same newspaper as Bob Hope. And because there's a bunch of Gen Xers in here, I know y'all know who Bob Hope is. Spay or neuter your pets. Exactly. Well, Nicholas, I think what happened, I don't think we got spoiled. I think we just, we were the last generation to learn things the hard way. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Electric Lou, welcome. Bob Barker was Spay or Neuter Your Pets. Yeah, from Price is Right. I had a paper route. There was a point in time I was 14 years old, I think, freshman in high school, and I had 350 houses on my paper route. No, you weren't. What weren't? Do they even have paper routes anymore? Adults do them. Well, the last I saw, I mean, I think like in the cities, people still get a paper, but every paper boy I seen was a 40-year-old bald-headed man, 280 pounds at 5'3", and drove a station wagon around or a minivan throwing papers out of it. Yes, we are the last generation to learn that. We are also the last generation to live in both an analog and digital world. Yes, Bob Hope did do USO. I thought, if I remember correctly, it's been a lot, but I thought Bob Hope did like variety shows, right? Thought he did like talent show type variety shows with different acts and skits and things like that. He's actually a little bit before my time, but oh, Stone Soldier doesn't believe I was a paper boy. I was a paper boy. I was a paper boy twice. Bob Hope was a great golfer. Yeah, I think he did fundraising golfing stuff, I think. Bob Hope, and he did stuff with Lucille Ball. I didn't know that. Like I said, it was a little before my time. Paper route when I was only 9, we lived in 12. We grew up much different than the kids today. Yeah, kids today would know they couldn't handle a paper route. If you can't do it with your phone, then you can't do it. Desi Arnaz. My wife likes, what is that called? Tubi TV, because it plays all the old stuff. She's constantly got all the old sitcoms and comedy shows on and stuff like that. She loves watching that old stuff. I want my $2. John Cusack. That was a good movie. That was a good movie. I think, was Joan in that one too? Was his sister? I don't remember if his sister was in that movie or not, but I think she was. Favorite 80s comedy? What was my favorite 80s comedy? What did I used to laugh at? I don't know. I didn't do very many comedies. Favorite 80s comedy? I think we watched The Cosby Show a lot in my house. Freshman in high school, you're on the baseball team, did a paper route, and worked at KFC. Yeah, see, kids these days don't do that. 80s comedy movie? Comedy movie. See, I was big into comedies when I was younger. What would be a comedy movie that I liked? You know, I would have to say Splash, because that's the first movie I went on a date to. Oh, Three's Company was funny. Yeah, that's kind of funny, Piper. That's ironic, isn't it? Real Science. Yeah, that was a good movie. Kelly LeBlanc, was that her name? Kelly LeBlanc was the chick they created. Boy, did anybody not have a picture of her on their wall? They don't even. Did kids even do that anymore? Do kids even put pictures on their walls like we used to? I mean, come on, tell me, all you Gen X guys, you didn't have Heather Locklear, Farrah Fawcett posters on your wall that you won at the you won at the ring toss at the county fair or whatever. Stevie Wonder was delivering. Was The Simpsons in the 80s? I think The Simpsons was 90s. Was it back in the 80s, though? I could be wrong on that. Poison on your bedroom door. Got a picture of Wyatt Earp on my wall. Like, now you do? So it was at the old school. Oh, 89, huh? Was that like when they were all like basic looking before it looks like it looks now? Because I've seen some old video of The Simpsons where they look really, really basic and crude, not like the ones that we watch now. So you got to see it on TV when it looked like that. Tracy Ullman Show. Oh my God, I haven't heard that in forever. Yeah, you guys remember actually having to plan your like Friday and Saturday night around a TV show? Like you had to actually. There was one time, a little time slot once a week that your favorite show was on, and you had to plan around that because there was no other way of watching it. And if you missed the show, then you'd be totally lost the next week. You can't find Mad TV anywhere, huh? It was pretty raunchy for its time, and it probably has a lot of non-politically correct stuff in it, so they won't play it now, as would be my guess. Wasn't that Mad TV? Was that the Wayans brothers? Jericho? Jericho was a good series. I like Jericho. I watched that a couple years ago again. No, actually, it was like last year. Last year, I rewatched Jericho. So I like shows like that. I was hooked on Lost. Lost was my show that I had to watch. I couldn't miss. I was a big Lost fan. Oh yeah, In Living Color was the Wayans. You're right. No, Mad TV was the one off. There used to be Mad Magazine, right? Okay, Stewart was on. Is that and gosh darn it, People Like Me? That was Stewart, right? That was Mad TV. Yeah, we still do that in my house. We have a dog that does the "look what I can do" thing, so we still laugh about that. Stewart was sad. See, Saturday Night Live used to be funny. It's not anymore. Oh, no kidding. I wouldn't have thought of that, Nicholas, that you could get Canadian stations in Detroit. Are they in English or are they in French? Oh, they broadcast the BBC from Canada? That'd be cool. I mean, back in the day. Nowadays, you can see it online, but yep, Second City. That's what most of the SNL people came from, was Second City. What is Howdy? I know what Prime is. What is Howdy? Is that a streaming service? Howdy? It's crazy. You can just watch shit now, you know? I remember, I don't know, I guess it was the early 90s. And I won't tell you what show, but my old lady at the time and we were hooked on a couple of shows. And I used to be into street racing, drag racing cars on, street racing. And we would literally get all ready to go, have the car packed up and everything, then wait in the living room and watch our shows from like 9 to 11, and then haul ass down to the street racing scene afterwards. But we couldn't leave the house because between 9 and 11 was her favorite show and my favorite show. And we couldn't go anywhere because there was no, what do we call it, TiVo or any of that stuff. We couldn't afford the fancy VCR that we could record shows on. So we had to sit there and wait for our shows to be over before we could do anything on a Friday night. Jared, that's funny because I told you my wife likes the Timu. We've gotten on a All in the Family kick watching on Timu lately. Not Timu, Tubi. And there's something else we've been watching the last few days, and I can't remember what it is right now. I don't know. I wish my wife was still on here. She could tell you, but I don't remember. But I was like, I don't want to watch this. And then I started watching it, and I just started cracking up, and we couldn't stop watching it. It's funny because a lot of these shows when I was younger, I thought were just absolutely stupid and couldn't watch them. I'm just like, I got better things to do. But now that I'm older and I can understand them more, I enjoy watching them a lot more than I did when I was younger. What's the last movie I've seen? Well, you wouldn't recognize the last movie I've seen because I'm into some weird shit lately. I am a MCU and DCU fan. Does anybody know what that means? We'll see if anybody likes the same shit I like. Okay, it'll take too long for me to wait for everybody, but Marvel and Marvel and DC Comics. I've found a genre on YouTube that are fan films that fans generate, and they take like they're making films that fans think that Marvel and DC should have made, and a lot of them are compilations. What if MCU met DCU? And I've really gotten into watching those lately because I've always thought that Marvel is like the sarcastic comedy superheroes, and DC has a darker vibe, more dark vibes. So when you combine the two, it kind of puts it in the middle, and the superheroes balance each other out. Oh, I like the What If series. I do. You can watch those on Disney. I like the What If series. Who said Deer Hunter? Yeah. Deer Hunter is one of my favorite all-time movies for a special reason. The Polish or whatever, I can't remember now, whatever nationality they are at the beginning, and they're in that neighborhood where they go to the church and all of that. I actually lived. You can actually see the first house that I lived in as a child, like 3 years old, in Cleveland, Ohio, is actually in that movie. And my parents actually went to that church that they get married in. So I like have weird connections to the Deer Hunter movie. If you see that neighborhood is on a hill, if you watch the movie and they're driving around, De Niro and all them, they're driving around, they go to that bar or whatever, and it's on a hill, and you can see like smokestacks and stuff on the bottom. That is called the Flats in Cleveland, Ohio, and that's the industrial flats. All of that is old steel mills, and there's still steel mills to this day because that movie was made way a long time ago. And that's like the center of Cleveland. And my grandfather worked in those mills his entire life. So, like I said, every time I watch that, I kind of get sentimental. It reminds me of being really, really young. I don't remember, obviously, when I was 3, I don't remember living in that house, but I've driven by there later in life and seen that neighborhood and seen the house that we lived in and all of that. So it was not Pittsburgh. It's on the close in west side of Cleveland. I don't know where they shot the country scenes or not, but that neighborhood that they're in the beginning, that's the near west side of Cleveland. Okay, so somebody said Red Dawn. New or old? Oh shit, we're talking Mad Max. Old Red Dawn is better than new Red Dawn. I agree. I think they tried too hard on the second one. I like the new one, but I think they tried too hard. So let's talk Mad Max. What's your favorite? Isn't there like 5 of them now? What's your favorite Mad Max? Yes, a lot of the towns look very similar in the Rust Belt. I really like Fury Road. Not sure if it's my favorite, but I do really like Fury Road. And the reason I like Fury Road is because I think they did the best job on the rigs. on the cars and trucks in that movie. But I also agree with the acting and the actual idea of everything. The first one was really raw, and it was a new idea, and so I think that's hard to beat. But as far as special effects and I'm into the cars and stuff like that, so I like Fury Road for that one. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. Like the first, the first Raiders of the Lost Ark was the best, because then you're just, after that, you're just trying to keep up on an idea that was so awesome in the first place. So it's really hard to beat the original. It's kind of like the thing with Star Wars. The first one came out and it was new and it was great, and there have been better made movies in the saga since then, but they don't have the same effect because it's not new, it's not exciting, it's just a continuance of a story. Or in Star Wars case, it might be a prequel to the story because they bounced around all over the place. Yep, I saw Star Wars on the top of an LTD station wagon in the middle of a 3-screen drive-in. Now, like I said, there have been better made movies in the Star Wars saga, but they'll never have the same effect as the original one. Man, I can't believe 44 people are still hanging out with us. That's crazy. I never liked Flash Gordon until I saw Ted. And Ted made me go look it up and watch it. Runaway Train, is that with Denzel, I think it was, and whoever that young white kid is? Late nighters just refilled my wine glass. Flash was great for the time. Prison Break. Wait, you mean the series Prison Break? Because I love that. I loved with Lincoln and Michael. I was hooked on Prison Break. They say, I can't believe this dude is still talking to us. I got nothing else to do, dude. I got a boring job. Oh, you're talking about the older one. It's the afternoon here, don't judge day drinkers. Buck Rogers, I remember that. Yeah, Flash did not age well. Northland Theater is, I don't feel, the first Dolby surround sound system movie there, Star Wars took us right out. Oh, I bet. Twiggy, I don't remember what that was. It sounds familiar. I know I should know, but I don't remember what that was. Oh, wasn't Twiggy something on Buck Rogers? It seems like those two go together. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Bonsai and the Time Bandits movie. It sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. John Voight and Eric Roberts. That's got to be a good movie. Those are two big, good names. Now, John Voight, isn't that Angelina Jolie's dad? And this dwarf starring in movies. Zipline, boss, zipline. See, I never saw the original Dune, but I like the new Dune. The funny thing about the A-Team is I never liked the A-Team. I liked Mr. T, but I didn't like the A-Team show until I went to Universal Studios in Anaheim or in LA, wherever it was at the time. And there was a display where you could actually pick up the A-Team van. Like it was on some kind of hinge thingy and you could pick up one side of it and like pick up the A-Team van. And I was so thrilled by that as a 15-year-old kid that I had to go start watching A-Team just because I picked up the van at Universal Studios. Army versus the Indians, and the Indians would send smoke signals. Electric glue, I'm not sure what. Maybe somebody else can help you. And I can't help you on that one. Army versus the Indians, and the Indians would send I don't know, because we have a lot of Cowboys and Indians movies over here. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could be so free. I am away on a wing and a prayer. I used to love that song. That show. Greatest American Hero. I can't believe I still remember that theme song. And it just popped right in my head too. Yep, Universal Studios in Hollywood. That's where I did it. And then what was the one with Balky? You guys know what I'm talking about? Balky, the Ukrainian or Russian guy or whatever, and then he was there with his roommate who was his brother or something. They had some cheeseball sitcoms in the 80s. Perfect Strangers, there you go. They had some cheeseball comedies, I'll tell you, and we watched them. The Dukes of Hazzard was my jam. When I was a kid, I had Dukes of Hazzard pajamas and bedclothes, lunchbox, everything. I had Dukes of Hazzard. But the funny part about it is my godfather was actually from Macon County, Georgia. And he told me, I don't know how true it was, but when I was a kid, he told me he watched him film Dukes of Hazzard down in Macon County. So we were huge Dukes of Hazzard fans. How about Elf? You know, I thought that was funny when I was a kid. I can't stand to watch it now, but my dad used to force us to watch MASH, so I got kind of tired of it. What was the other one? What was the Not the Mama with the little dinosaur? Oh, I could answer that question a couple weeks ago. The Chargers. I knew the exact number too. I watched a documentary on it not long ago. Dinosaurs, yeah, not the mama. Oh crap, my generator's making noise. I gotta go put some gas in my shit, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go dark real soon if I don't fill the generator. Oh. All right. All right, I'm back. Linda Carter. Somebody's mentioned Wonder Woman. She's a little too serious. My developing mind at the time. Yeah, I didn't like it when I was a kid either. Let me turn this up. It's getting cold. Oh. Fantastic. Yeah, I was more of a Daisy Duke fan. Well, if we're gonna sit in here and bullshit, you guys are gonna have to put up with me eating something. You know, I can find the damn fork. Oh. Okay, I guess not. Just like these. Jamie Austin. Isn't that the Bionic Woman? If I remember right. Oh, I did not see the movie. That's a good question. Only actor to be in the movie and the show. Was it Alan Alda? It was not Alan Alda. Oh, that's probably the only name I remember. Other than Klinger. I can't remember his real name right now. Radar, huh? My dad was a trucker when I was little, so we got into all the 80s trucker movies. That Convoy and was that BJ and the Bear? Okie and the Bandit, yep. My wife and I were talking about the other day, we saw Sally Fields in a fairly recent movie, and she's like the only woman on the planet that never aged. Yeah, I had to watch Convoy all the time when I was a kid. And then my dad became a cop, so we had to watch all the cop shows. It was that Hill Street Blues and all of that kind of stuff. I didn't watch a lot of TV when I was a kid, though, because I always wanted to be out of the house until I had to be in, like whenever the street lights were on or whatever. The Bill. Never saw that one. Never saw English cop shows. How could English cop shows be good when English cops can't carry guns? Huh. Yep, NYPD Blue. I was too busy listening to Debbie Moon. And then I told you my parents were on a religious kick and wanted to save us from all the evil in the world. So we watched a shit ton of, which is kind of ironic now when you think about the fact that he was a Mormon or whatever he was, but Michael Landon, watching Little House on the Prairie and then Touched by an Angel and all those kind of feely good shows. Oh, I remember Starsky and Hutch. Anything that had a hot car in it, I was watching. What was Automan? I don't remember that. Beretta. What was that one? I think it might have had like Telly Savalas in it. It was Ironside or something. I think Automan would change into a car. Yeah, we have Transformers for that. Yeah, I love chips. When I was in 7th grade, I won a contest because I built I think it was like a 1/12 scale model of the Chips motorcycle that had working lights and sirens and everything. Kojak. Ironside was Raymond Burr. I remember watching Ironside. Wasn't Telly Savalas in something though? Some cop show? I'm gonna have to check out Automan. I don't remember ever seeing that. Telly Savalas was Kojak. Okay. You guys really know your old TV. We were all nerds. One of the most costly. What was that? Airwolf or Magnum? Which one was the most costly? I know, right? This is a giant Gen X conversation. That's awesome. That's cool that everybody's having a good time. I like that. Airwolf was the most costly TV shows ever made. I didn't know that. You know what? I haven't seen anybody. What was one of my favorite shows, and I haven't seen anybody mention yet. was Knight Rider. The pre-Baywatch David Hasselhoff. Night Industry 2000. I've got like 2 or 3 channels on my sub list that are all about restoring the old Knight Rider cars and semi and all of that. I also, when I went to Universal Studios, the same time I lifted the A-Team band, there was a kit car in there that you could sit in and the dash would talk to you and stuff like that. And 14-year-old me thought that was everything. 14-year-old me thought that was the greatest thing ever. Good morning, Michael. Oh, now we're back to the Duke boys. Yeah, Disney still makes weird movies. If you have the Disney Channel, you'll know what I mean. All these streaming services, though, they all cater to the rainbow crowd, the alphabet rainbow crowd. I remember watching Spencer for Hire. Made a stupid song about Spider Mike. It's okay. I made a stupid song about Pam Tifa and Spider Mike, so I get it. But yeah, all the streaming services are like catering to the alphabet mafia now. You can't do the category songs. Yes, I do make AO. If I was on my computer, I could play some of them for you, but I don't know how to do it when I'm on my phone streaming. I don't have very good Wi-Fi here at work, so I have to do this on my phone. Heart to Heart, wasn't that kind of like Magnum PI, but they were a couple, right? Yes, I used to know. I just got hip to it a couple weeks ago. I'm afraid to try and play it on my phone because it'll probably cut my stream. I'll hit a wrong button somewhere. But if you catch me doing one of my live streams at home, I will play. I'll play my collection of Suno songs. I have an Antifa song. I got a Pam song. I haven't made hundreds yet, but I probably will. If I wasn't doing this live stream, I would be probably making Suno songs. Moonlighting. That was Bruce Willis and the Blonde Chick. I don't know why I remember that. Agni and Lacey. Wow. I haven't heard of these shows in like ages and ages. Oh, Love Boat too. Yeah, I remember Love Boat. Oh God, we watched, yeah, that was my thing. I watched cartoons a lot. My parents made us go to bed kind of early, so we didn't get to watch a whole lot of late night TV. So Saturday mornings was the shit. Looney Tunes and Hanna-Barbera. What was the Drax, do you remember the Laugh Olympics? I used to love the Laugh Olympics. Yep, I still use the Muttley laugh. I edit it into some of my videos. I love the Muttley laugh. Da-da-da-da-da, Inspector Gadget. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I was a big Roadrunner and Coyote fan. Wile E. Coyote. I love the Roadrunner cartoons. Yep. Acme rocket launcher, Acme jet engine. Yeah, Drax, that's about the same with everything. The modern stuff can go pound sand. Huh, they had a real Love Boat? I thought it was all a set. Wile E. Coyote. I like, you guys remember Foghorn Leghorn? Yeah, right, Piper? There was like a lot of adult humor in those cartoons that we laughed at and didn't even know what we were laughing at. We just laughed because the laugh track told us to. I say, what? Yosemite Sam. The rudenest, tootinest. And what was that? Marvin the Martian? I think I remember them combining Yosemite Sam with Marvin the Martian and having them fighting each other. That was funny. Oh. Somebody just said Jessica Rabbit. Jessica Rabbit. That's a whole different universe, man. Yep, the sheepdog and coyote clocking in. I made a meme about that for my work a little while ago. The Jetsons was the shit. And look at how much stuff on the Jetsons we have now. They thought it was sci-fi. His boy Elroy. Yeah, all that stuff they thought was science fiction, and oh, it's just crazy to think about. Nowadays, it's everyday stuff to us. Bob tonight. Yeah, it just kicked into overdrive for some reason. I think it's because I turned the heater up. It's getting chilly in here. I got to turn the heater up and it yanked the generator into overdrive. It is louder than usual for some reason. You talking about the Shatner Star Trek? I like Shatner Star Trek and I like TNG. After that, I just kind of fell off. And then they made the new movies, and the first one where they first get the Kirk kid off of the planet when he steals the car and all that. That was funny, and then the rest of them were just kind of trash. I guess they have a series out now about the cadets in school or something, and I tried to watch it and it was just garbage. You go too far and you try too hard and it just becomes junk. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The newer series are just garbage. It's like, what were you thinking? Is that the one with the line about they forgot what, or they forgot where they parked it or something? So somebody will have to remind me when I'm doing one at home. You know what? I didn't get chili. I got chili mac, which is even better. There is I was telling you guys about the fan remakes of the superhero comic movies. Well, one of them, it's about 30 minutes long, and at the end of, oh my God, which one is it? At the end of the one where they had the big war, and like Doctor Strange and what's his name do the thing, and they make the portals, and they're coming to fight on that planet, and they all come together. It's not Civil War, it's Endgame, I think. It's in Endgame, I think, that scene. Well, they start with that scene, and then when the portals open, they first start with the bad guys. They start over on Thanos' side, and they dub in every bad guy from every movie and every series, every TV show that you can think of. They have coming through the portals and coming into the battle, and then they turn around and do it on the good guy side. So, like on the bad guy side, they go all the way. They got Freddy Krueger and Mike Myers. They got they bring in the Empire ships from Star Trek. Any bad guy you could think of from any popular movie or series, they bring in. And then they bring in the good guys the same way. They got Sigourney Weaver from Predator, Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee. All the good guys are coming in from that side. And it's just absolutely hilarious. If you guys remind me when I do it, when I do a live from home, when I'm on my computer, I can show you guys that film. It's pretty fucking awesome. Shaun the Sheep. Yep, R.I.P. Chuck. He was a good one. Walker, Texas Ranger. Oh, how about series? You guys ever watch one of my favorites? Speaking of Archie Bunker, you ever watch Heat of the Night? That wasn't a comedy, but I think that was a morning show more than a evening show, though. C-Force Chuck Norris Water. Would you bring up Heat of the Night a long time ago? I must have missed it. Must have been when I was outside. Well, the funny part about it is I don't know if you guys remember this or even had to deal with it. Oh, Flipper. But when I was younger and I was a little miscreant, and I would get tickets all the time. Traffic tickets, moving violations. And I never wanted to pay, but they gave you the option. The judge would say, well, you got to pay $300. And I'm like, I don't have $300. And he said, well, for $75 a night, you could sit it out in jail. So you'd go sit 4 days in jail and your fine would disappear and you'd be done with it. And because I had more time than money, I said, hell with it, I'll just go sit the fine off. And I did that all kinds of times when I was younger. Funny thing is that the offer never went away. They kept letting you do it over and over. You'd think sooner or later they'd come up with something different, but they didn't. But anyways, when I would go to jail, every time I was in jail, we would watch Heat of the Night every day, no matter what. Who was in there, no matter what. Heat of the Night was on there every day. So we would watch Carol O'Connor. Thank you. I was trying to remember his name. You can see him literally shaking when that teacher off to himself. Off on where he was great at. Carol O'Connor did do a really good acting job in that. I think there was a lot of cheeseball acting in there, but Carol O'Connor actually was really good at that, which is funny because the only thing he was known from before that was Archie Bunker, which is, slapstick at its best. And then he played a serious role and he nailed it. So I was that's kind of impressive. His name is Chit, right? Chuck Norris' cousin. Huh. That'd be cool. Chuck Norris ties his shoes with his feet. How in the living hell is there still 31 people in this room bullshitting about old TV shows at 2:30 in the morning? That's crazy but awesome. I don't think that was acting. He was truly pissed. Jesus. Huh. Yeah, All in the Family is another one I didn't understand that much when I was younger and didn't find the humor in it. But now that I'm older, I really like it. Caught my wife watching it the other day and ended up binging on it for like 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, I'm kind of screwed. I don't get off till 7. Well, I didn't get home from ice last night, or what would be Sunday morning, I guess. I didn't get home till like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. And then, yeah, yawns are contagious. And kind of watched a little bit of Danny and Chris's live stream and fell asleep in it. So I probably fell asleep by like 2 and slept till 10:30 this morning, which is a really bad idea when I got to go to work at 8:30. So now it's going to be a 24-hour run before I get home and go to sleep. So I'm starting to get tired. So the fact that you guys are hanging out with me is immensely helpful. Yeah, Married with Children is another one that you don't get when you're a kid. Unless you're a pubescent boy and you're going to watch it just because of Kelly. But yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spread the yawns, guys. It just snuck up on me. But yeah, I hated Married with Children when I was a kid. Now I've been married and divorced a couple of times. I think it's funny as hell. Will this be a nightly stream for us? I'll do it as often as I can. I don't always work this early. My schedule varies. Like I think on Monday night and Tuesday night, I think I start at midnight. And it also depends on my Wi-Fi. But like right now, my Wi-Fi is kind of garbage, so I'm doing it on my phone. I've got it on the computer too, but it's spotty. I keep having to make it catch up. But yeah, I don't mind hanging out with people. Julie Andrews. Isn't that Spoonful of Sugar? Isn't that Sound of Music, Julie Andrews? I love Family Guy. And American Dad. American Dad's one of my favorite modern cartoons. So what's a fun fact about Julie Andrews? Uh-oh, and Sly, huh? King of the Hill. Bobby? So I have 2 funny stories. I'll tell you the first one's kind of funny because King of the Hill reminded me of it. It's true, look it up. Well, you didn't tell us what. What is true? You just said a fun fact about Julie and Sylvester. So what's the fact? And then we can look it up. So propane and propane accessories. So I was traveling across country some years ago, and I left Portland with about $100 in my pocket, driving, and was going all the way to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Needless to say, $100 does not get you from Portland, Oregon to Hot Springs, Arkansas, even when you're getting 30 miles to the gallon. That's a lot of miles, and you have to eat and all of that. So I made it to El Paso, Texas, and then had to make my way across the rest of the country. I decided when I got to El Paso that I needed to sleep, so I went to a homeless shelter for the night. Down there they have a Goodwill place, or a Salvation Army, one or the other, that has a homeless shelter. And I ended up staying there for like 3 days while scrounging up money to move on down the road. And the guy in the bunk next to me was an old roughneck and wanted me to give him a ride to, actually, this wasn't El Paso, this was Odessa, Texas. And he wanted me to give him a ride to the Halliburton building in Midland. And because it's probably about 20 miles between Odessa and Midland. And he had a little bit of money, so he said he would fill up my gas tank for me taking him there and back. So we get there, and you think Halliburton is just this huge company, multi-billion dollar company, and their office was pretty much one of those mobile trailer office things. I thought that was kind of funny. So you walk in, and there's like a waiting room with the old wood paneling on it and everything, and there's a little cutout that leads to the office, and the receptionist comes to the window and talks to you, whatever. And he had to go back for an interview, so I just sat in the waiting room because it was too hot to sit in the car. And I'm sitting with my back towards the main offices, and I hear people walking down the hallway, and all of a sudden I hear 4 voices. And they're talking, and I swear to God, I was sitting there listening to George Bush, Hank Hill. I mean, it was like the most Texas accents that it was hilarious. And I was just sitting there giggling my ass off because one guy like did it excellent, sounded just like Hank Hill. And oh my God, it was just hilarious. I'm sitting there listening to all these characters. And then I got up and walked around the corner, and none of them looked anything like it. But somebody said King of the Hill, and it reminded me of Texas. And I thought it was a funny story. Maybe I'm just tired. I had another story, and now I forgot what it was. Oh, Sylvester Stallone. Now, I hate to say anything bad about Sylvester Stallone because nowadays Sylvester Stallone is a pretty cool dude. I don't know if you guys watch Tulsa King, but he basically wrote that, and all of the, he does a lot of anti-woke jokes in that because he's very conservative and believes very hard in conservative values. So he's a cool dude, and I don't want to talk smack about him, but whatever movie he was in with Kurt Russell and Sylvester Stallone were in some kind of prison escape movie. Well, it's not really a secret, so I'll throw it out there. I did prison time in Ohio before I came out to Oregon. That was 30 years ago, and I've changed my life since then, so I'm not that embarrassed to talk about it. But I was on the first busload of people to a brand new penitentiary, and they were closing Mansfield Penitentiary, which is really old, So after they brought us new recruits in there, we got a couple busloads of people from the Mansfield Penitentiary, and they were telling me that they were filming that movie, whatever movie Stallone and Kurt Russell were in, that they escaped prison, was filmed in Mansfield Penitentiary. And they said the entire time Kurt Russell like ate in the chow hall, went out to the yard, lift weights with the guys, hung out with them, all that kind of stuff. And Sylvester Stallone, anytime they weren't filming, he was hiding in the guard shack and would not come out. So interesting little piece of trivia there. And this was back in the early to mid 90s. So whenever that was, and he was not very tough in real life. But like I said, Kurt Russell, on the other hand, he didn't give a shit. He was out there just hanging out. So I still want to know what happened between Julie Andrews and Sly. Did you try to type it and get censored? Is that a real question, Jared? Or are you being sarcastic? Yeah, we never got the fun fact. You might want to retype it with some different words. Like I said, I'm on my phone. It's not showing me all the stuff it would show me on the computer, so I didn't see that you got censored, but it's possible. Yes, Keanu Reeves is an actual badass and a cool dude too. Yeah, I was a dumb kid, man. I ended up doing penitentiary time when I was 25, and then when I got out, decided I was going to go as far away from Ohio as I could without swimming, and so that's how I ended up on the West Coast. And last November, I celebrated 30 years of not being in trouble. Really, that really happened? Like, not that I don't believe you, but I'm asking, like, because of online stuff. Oh, it looks like I cut off. I'll ask it again. The FBI actually came to your house over online stuff. That's craziness, man. I would lose my shit. I would literally lose my shit and probably end up getting taken to jail for that. Over online shit. Like, did you threaten the president or some stupid shit? Like, what did you do so bad that they thought you should? I mean, obviously it was under Biden, so who knows, but like, because they're going to drop the charges on Travis Jurin. He legit threatened the president. He's doing ISIS type stuff out there. and making actual threats. And they're about to let him walk on that shit. So what the hell did you do to get FBI at your house? But like I said, different time, I guess. Oh, the boogaloo. Oh, that explains it. They get stupid over that boogaloo stuff. That was all pretty much a joke. I mean, some people were serious about it, but most of it was just a joke. I'm pretty sure nobody thought that we were going to get taken seriously wearing a Hawaiian shirt underneath our shoulder strap. Holy crap. Now that I started, I can't stop. I'm going to have to step outside just for a second and take a hit of a cigarette, and hopefully that'll wake me back up. Or I'm going to have to go next door and get an energy drink or something or a coffee. Let me go take a couple hits. I'll be right back. I got to stay awake. Gonna get my boss to fix the Wi-Fi. Well, Chair, it's not actually the cigarette, it's going out in the cold to smoke it that kind of wakes me up. I was turning some militia over to the government. They really don't know anyone in Camp Walk. That's kind of funny. Yeah, working graveyard kind of sucks, but as you can see, my job's not that bad. If I can sit here and do a live stream all night, it just pisses me off because they let the Wi-Fi die. And now I can't do this right. If I had Wi-Fi, I could give you guys music while I step out. I could play videos for you guys, all that kind of stuff, but I can't do all that on my phone. Oh God, working at a Fred Meyer graveyard, that's gotta suck. If you weren't live streaming, what would you be doing? Tonight, I would probably be editing videos until I got tired and bored of it, and then I'd play games on my laptop. I guess I have to go and shine my flashlight around every hour. Defend your trailer for 13 days. That's funny. Yeah, I made a shit ton of memes. I got on a big meme kick during the lockdown because I lost my job and there wasn't a whole lot else to do. And I never got in any trouble for it. I made some pretty raunchy memes too, but I never got in any trouble for it, thankfully. My friends used to tell me all the time that I was going to get in trouble. I was going to piss off the people. The people you don't want to piss off, I guess. But nobody ever knocked on my door. But then again, most people take a look at my surroundings at home and think I'm too stupid to do stuff like that. Because I'm a dumb redneck biker who lives out in the country. But I do like me some memes. Oh. All right, let's see if I can do this without running the live. How do I do this? There we go. You know, watch King Fixer's memes. Yes, I watch King Fixer stuff. My dad is a cowboy. Well, that's random. That's kind of random. Oh, did many different jobs. My dad was a cowboy. Okay, that makes sense now. Got to read it in context. Wow, you really got on their radar. Stupid phone does not want to keep doing what I tell it to do. And we still got 27 people at almost 3 in the morning. Huh. You know what's funny is I try to come on here with some kind of idea. I feel like I have to have some kind of topic or something to kind of ground the conversation. And literally, we've been just BSing and yakking for the last hour and a half, 2 hours. That's interesting to note. I guess people just want to hang out with other people that are up all night, right? I just thought everybody wanted to know about what happened down at ICE. Apparently that just started a bunch of fights. And then when that was over, it was just a bunch of cool people wanted to talk about TV and stuff. You know, Wolf, I have never done the 4chan thing. I think I have what they call an addictive personality. If I try something and I like it, I'll just keep doing it. And I was always afraid if I got on 4chan that I would get stuck down a rabbit hole and then be a 4chan addict. So I've never, ever looked up 4chan. And I hear all these stories about whack jobs that are on there, and I don't want to be associated with that. Because every time I hear about somebody on the right that goes wackadoo, they always talk about their 4chan history. Yeah, I don't want to bring up that name. That'll change the conversation serious in a hurry. Speaking of music, that's one of my favorite songs right there, Cult of Personality. Ooh, I can't believe how tired I am. Yeah. There's my coworker. Come to grab my gas can. I'll be right back. I should be full. I told him not to look. A little later tonight. All right, well, get back then, sir. Yeah. That's my Rover going to get me some gas. Jumping jacks times, yeah, right? Everyone take care. Thanks for the... Well, have a good night, Carly. Thanks for hanging out with us. Wow, we actually got a few more people in here. I think it must be the late night crowd just looking for a live stream anywhere. I've done that before. Just got on YouTube and looked at live and, oh, I think I might know this person. Let's go check out their live. Yes, have a great night, Carly. Thanks for the hangout time. Hope to see you again. Oh. You meet some interesting people. You talking about here, or are you talking about 4chan? Don't know what 4chan is. I don't know exactly what it is either. I know it's a place where people go and put all their crazy ideas. So they gave you FBI file because you have tattoos of airplanes? Or do you have tattoos of airplanes hitting the Trade Center? Did I ever say what the last movie? Yeah, I tried to explain it. I watched the fan movies. I'm trying to think of what actual movie I watched. Because I don't watch actual movies that much, really. I watch like B-grade natural catastrophe movies a lot. But I can't even remember what the last one of that. I haven't watched a movie in a bit, actually. Oh, I watched some weird movie. I think it was on HBO. It was called 97 or something like that. It was a number. And it turned out to be a liberal propaganda movie. And it was actually quite interesting because it was like if a screaming radical lefty decided to write their remake of 1984, I think it would have been that movie. And like I said, I think it's called 87 or something like that. It's a number. And I think I watched it on HBO Max. Because I watched it at work. And I like B-movie type sci-fis, end of the world type apocalyptic movies. And it looked like it was going to be one of those. Because it talked about being the last woman left in a utopian society or a dystopian society. And I'm like, oh, that sounds right up my alley. And it wasn't. Neither did I. You could never said you did. But oh, somebody said about voting for Biden. I don't watch the Saw series. I'm not into horror movies. Like gratuitous, violent horror movies are not my thing. I like the type of horror I like is like stuff that has an element of truth or history in it. But like the Halloween movies, the Michael Myers movies, the Freddy Krueger movies, Saw movies, things like that. That's not really my jam. I don't like just gratuitous horror flicks. Greatest beer run ever? Nope, have not seen it, but it sounds fun to watch. Greatest beer run ever. No, I have not seen that, but I might want to check it out because it sounds fun. It sounds like a fun movie. Did you guys ever see that movie? I'm pretty sure it was a cartoon movie, and I'm pretty sure it was Seth Rogen, and it's about the groceries at a grocery store after it closes and they come to life, and seriously raunchy movie, but it's a cartoon movie. I don't think it was called Hot Dog Party, but yeah, Seth Rogen's a tool. He makes some funny stuff once in a while, but once you figure out how much of a tool he is, then his stuff isn't that funny anymore. It's a real story about a guy delivering beer to his neighborhood friends that were sent to Vietnam. Huh. Sausage Party. Yeah. I think you're right. I think that sounds correct. That thing is so raunchy. And it's like you don't want to laugh at it, but you can't help but laugh at it. Raising Arizona. That was the Nick Cage and what's her name movie, right? Raising Arizona, where he was dying. I love that Seth Rogen's movie, Trashing Santa. I don't even know what movie that is, so obviously it must have sucked because I don't know what that movie is. Santa Inc. I think if I'm getting my actors right, I think Seth Rogen played in The Green Hornet, and I thought that was funny, but I think that's the only thing that the only movie I really dig, but that's kind of just because it was a spoof on comic book things, so it got my interest. Bad Grandpa Johnny Knoxville. I've only seen parts of that. I haven't watched the whole thing. Now, see, oh my God. Jackass? Is that the series that Johnny Knoxville and his buddies were in, just doing stupid shit? Jackass, right? And I didn't like that. I didn't like gratuitous stupidity. But yet, Johnny Knoxville's been in some movies, I think, that I liked his character in those. Boondock Saints is definitely a classic. Boondock Saints is the shit. Eric Carmen. Do you mean Cartman? Are you talking about Cartman from South Park? You will respect my authority. I had and me saying it's probably going to renew it, but I had a Miley Cyrus song stuck in my head for days. I was somewhere, I don't remember where, it was a store or something, and there was this very manly looking man, you know, definitely an alpha male type guy, and they had the background radio station playing in the store, and Miley Cyrus Party in the USA came on, and this manly type man decided as he was leaving the door going out the door. No, Party in the USA. And he decided on his way out the door he was going to pause for a second and do his Miley Cyrus impression as he was going out the door. Totally unexpected and just so random. It was freaking hilarious. It was just, I mean, I just couldn't stop laughing. And then the song got stuck in my head. I drove my wife crazy for 2 days, bringing that song up everywhere, sliding it into sentences and conversations. I hate earworms. You want to Boston Grit, watch Mystic River. From Boston. Oh, start zoning for a minute there. You guys got to say something interesting in the chat. See, this is one reason that, although this is fun, sometimes it's better to have a space, like an X space, because then you can hear each other talk. Because sometimes I'm doing this, I feel like I am the only one talking, but I feel like I'm talking too much because I'm the only voice I hear. In Portland for 20 years, but originated out of Southie. Bet you that was a culture shock, wasn't it, Piper, coming out here? I know it was for me. I moved from Cleveland to here, and I thought I was pretty chill, but my mom spent the first 3 months telling me to calm down. It took a while to get used to the change in pace out here. And people just look at things differently. It's a whole different state of mind out here. Do I think about leaving Portland? All the time. I live outside of Portland, but it's still basically the Portland area. That's the closest big city that we have to us. I've thought about going elsewhere just to get out of the politics of the West Coast. But, I bet. You miss Real Lobster, I bet. I don't think my wife wants to leave Oregon. She's a lot more tied to her family than I am mine. And her family's all here. And her family that's not here is just in California, so it's still West Coast. And I've been here for 30 years. So if I go somewhere else, it's truly completely starting over without any friends or family or resources, which would be tough at my age. I'm not spring chicken anymore. So I think about moving all the time, but I don't think we will. Because the thing is, it sucks everywhere. It just sucks in different ways. And it's good everywhere. It's just good in different ways. So it's a lot easier to change your frame of mind than it is to change your geography. That's how I see it. It cost me $10,000 to move somewhere, minimum. And then possibly just be happy somewhere else or be unhappy somewhere else. Because no matter where you go, it's going to have problems. So yeah, I think about it, but we're not going to do it. I have to move a family of 5 and about 100 animals. It would be costly. See, Lou, I will agree with the Carolinas. I'm not a Florida fan. It's okay to visit. I wouldn't want to live there. I love Oregon. I love the state. I love Oregon, like geography, topography, and all that. I wish we got a little bit more snow down at the valley floors and whatnot. But if I really want snow, I can just drive up a mountain and be in there, be in the snow before you know it. But it's crazy to me. I mean, not now, but it was crazy to me. And I still appreciate the fact that from Portland, you can be in the desert, you can be in the ocean, you can be in the mountains, you can go kite surfing and be in a wind farm in the gorge, all within an hour and a half of Portland. St. John's isn't bad. That's a decent neighborhood still, most of it. Fresh sun. I've never swam in Mount St. Helens water. Farm. I am in a rural area, but we just moved back into a neighborhood. We don't live. The last place that we lived, it was 6 acres. We could have had a small farm on it, but we never got that far. And the place before that was more like a ranch. We had horses and pigs and goats and all of that. Not much farm stuff, but it's more like a ranch. Like I said, it's more like a animal habitat. That was a 10-acre property, but it was all hilly and wooded. But it was, like I said, it was more animal oriented. We didn't have any crops or anything like that. But if I had my druthers, I'd have 100 acres. I would love to live on a farm, an actual farm. But I won't give up. I was raised in cities and even lived in the Portland metro area for some years when I first moved here, until about maybe 15 years ago. And I don't want to do cities anymore. I just need to go build a castle out in the sticks and disappear. Yeah. I spent the last 20 years moving farther and farther, a little bit by little bit, farther and farther from the city of Portland. And every time I get a little bit farther, I smile a little bit more, because I watched Portland go downhill really fast. I really, really loved Portland. I still love Oregon, but I really loved Portland when I first moved. And now not so much. And it's sad because Portland could still be such a beautiful city, especially now that they're building new stuff and all that. And they try to project it as a good city, a pretty city. It's not though. It's filthy, nasty, corrupt, run by morons that are voted in by other morons. Yeah, we need to turn it red, but it's not going to turn red. The Democrats have their lock hold on the West Coast. Well, I would guess that's the area more down towards Columbia rather than Lombard. I guess there's some shady spots on Lombard too if you get farther east, like towards Interstate Avenue and the tracks and all that. But isn't what do they call it, Columbia Heights or whatever? Isn't that that's still St. John's, I think, isn't it? And that's obviously that's housing projects. That area down there isn't. I didn't want to be down there at night. I did some work in St. John's and I didn't want to go that direction if I had to leave after dark. I was afraid I was going to get robbed from my work truck. Because it was a nice work truck, but then again, it is still a work truck. So it's like you never see them stealing boots or hard hats. Unless the boots say Louis Vuitton on them. Oh, Cathedral Park. Yeah. But then you go up towards the river, and what is that, Willamette University, and the really, really nice houses all up on that side of Lombard. It's crazy the varying demographic that is in that neighborhood. You've got the whole gamut. It's a pretty isolated neighborhood too. So, but yeah, you've got all different tax brackets, all living in that little area. Oh, you mean our next president, Gavin Newsom? Yeah, I hope not either. But I have a strange feeling. History shows we go back and forth, back and forth. And now that we've had our second helping of Trump, I think we're going back to Democrat. And I didn't say we're all going to vote for a Democrat, but I said we're going to go back to a Democrat. Because sometimes I wonder if our voting means anything anyways. It's what they want and what they choose to show and give us. Yeah. Newsom will drive this country in the ground. Worse than he did Cali. Yeah, it's a scary thought. We almost got Kamala. And Tampon Timmy. Thankfully, that didn't happen. But I don't see the powers that be allowing us to continue with JD or whoever steps up to the plate. I don't see them allowing us to continue, so they're going to take the win in this next one, I'm pretty sure, no matter what it takes. They're going to rig it. They're going to find a way. Well, guys, I might have to cut this because I am really starting to fall asleep, and I can't do that. So my coworker will be coming back with my gas, and if he comes back and catches me napping, it's going to make people unhappy. So I think I might walk next door to the gas station and get a coffee or something to help me wake up. I appreciate everybody hanging out. It was fun. Good conversation. Nothing real serious, nothing real deep. Then I enjoyed that. I enjoyed just bullshitting. It started out pretty serious, and I'm glad that it took a good turn. Yeah, it's too cold for an energy drink. I think I might, like I said, walk next door. I got a gas station right next door, or like 2 doors down. I think I'm gonna walk over there and get a coffee, so I don't get myself in trouble. But I appreciate you guys, and I will try to do this again. It will be, like I said, it'll be later the next couple of days. I don't start till 12, which means I usually can't get online till like 12:30. But if you guys are around, and hit that notification bell, and you'll know if I come on. Appreciate you guys hanging out, and you guys have a safe night. And if you need to sleep, then do so and enjoy that. In the meantime, be safe and Patriot on. I gotta figure out how to turn this off.
Just dropping off the gas.
What?
Just finished dropping off the gas.
Oh, cool, man. Thank you.
Bro,
I was gonna meet you
you
out
gotta go
there.
home and go to sleep.
I gotta figure out how to turn this stupid thing off. Where is the button on here to turn this off? Nope, that's not it. How do I turn it off? That doesn't say. Come on. No, that's just for chat. How the hell do you make it stop? Oh, I know why. Because I'm duh. I got to do it on my phone. I'm an idiot. Idiot. So you want to stop streaming? Yes.